Alright, it does work. Seemingly. Yikes. Anyway, welcome to the stream. I found a new Twitch category, so if anyone of you's here on Twitch, they probably haven't seen anything from me before. I didn't know that the politics category even existed, but here we are. Anyway, I consider this healing. Protests against ICE, protests against the Israeli apartheid regime. I consider it all to be more or less healing. So that's what I meant with my title. In fact, maybe I might want to make it a little bit more clear. I guess to be a little bit more PC. And then finally to make it very yeah. Here we go. Alright, now I can continue the news that I was watching.
If you're just joining us on the live stream, this is Ashley Bishop with Status Quo. John Farina and I are on the ground in New York City at the anti-ICE protest. If you're watching the live stream last night, you know that John and I were here last night as well, covering another anti-ICE protest where several people were arrested. Tonight's protest and march is markedly bigger than last night's was. There's at least 5,000 people out here in New York City tonight. And if you haven't been checking out our socials, mainly Twitter and Instagram for this one, John and I were at the Immigration Detention Center, which is right down the street from where we are right now. We were there this morning outside of Immigration Court, where ICE agents were waiting outside of court to arrest people as they left Immigration Court, and we saw several people getting arrested again as they left Immigration Court. We posted some clips from that on Twitter and Instagram earlier today. We will post more of the footage on YouTube as soon as we can, so please do look out for that as well. And in addition to our coverage here in New York City of the anti-ICE protest movement that has sprung up, Tina Berg has been covering all of the protests and the violent clashes in LA for us for the last several days. She's been out there the whole time doing some, again, really excellent coverage. She was hit with tear gas as well, so she's really been out there on the ground. She will be live again tonight for Status Quo, covering the war zone that LA has become. So please do, after you watch this live stream, tune in to see Tina's coverage on the West Coast in LA. And where the march is stopped right now is right in front of the street, the little side street that you would go down to get to the Immigration Detention Center here in New York City.
We are here. Because 100 people, over 100 people, are detained. In this building. Mothers, fathers, daughters.
Exactly.
There are people who have gone to the hospital and then returned over here last Wednesday and on Saturday. The community came out to the the three exits. And tried to block. The vans. Driven by ICE. Full of immigrants. Going to detention centers. People made barricades. They did what they could. To stop the machine. From kidnapping people. Thank you all. For being here. Because being here. Where ICE is. Where prisoners are. Is the work. What we have is a critical mass. Half of you that want to stay can stay. The other half can go over there to Elk Street so that these vans can see us. When
Yes.
they're trying to do the devil's work. We are not here to tell people what to do, what not to do. Do what your heart tells you.
I will say though, the devil definitely does not do half of the genocidal shit that God apparently did.
Okay, so like the speaker just said, I believe that they're
According to the
asking half of
Bible
the
anyway,
demonstrators
the
to
Torah
go to Elk Street to
in
block
particular.
vans from leaving. So we are walking toward the immigration detention center, where some of the protesters are moving to, I guess, try to, again, block some of the vans from leaving.
But 100% agree with this part. Like the most simplest, best slogan, literally. Like it's literally so simple. Like, fuck ICE. 2 words. Might use this to like draw or something. Oh yeah, they're supposed to do like a multi-stream thingy. Let me move that. Like,
Let me know when you're ready.
right over
All right,
here.
so we're going to talk with one of the organizers of the protest today, who's also a member of Ice Watch. So, what is happening here today? Why is everybody organized? Just for some context for people who may not be fully aware.
All right, there was a really big rally called today by PSL, and as New York City Ice Watch, we're calling out organizations that want to have rallies and speeches. Right now, there's 100 people detained in this building right here at 26 Federal Plaza. There's a garage right there. Vans driven by ICE agents full of detainees come out of this garage and out of the 3 exits right here. And we want them to see us so that the people that are detained, which are mothers, fathers, daughters, sons, that can know that they're not alone. There have been people at the courthouses at 7 a.m. every day warning immigrants, we call them compas, which means friend in Spanish, informing them of their new rights, which is to say that before it was always advised to do the legal thing and show up to court or to your ICE appointment or to your ankle bracelet appointment called ISAP. But now they're grabbing everybody, and we have to tell people so that they have informed consent.
They're literally lying.
Decide whether to go in or not, because going in, unfortunately, now means almost certain.
Literally lying about having
Show
appointments.
up here, and 3 days later, they're in Louisiana. 3 days later, they're in Texas. We work with people. We have one person, for example, an Argentinian family where the wife went in with their sister and was immediately detained. And the ICE agent told the sister that the father and the daughter should show up the next day with plane tickets to leave the country. So, those are the people that we're helping out. That's the work. It's not about grifter organizations like PSL that just hold rallies based on the topic of the moment. The reason Los Angeles has had such a sustained uprising and the reason Minneapolis had a sustained uprising in 2020 is because years of effort went into neighborhoods organizing real people so that when the time came for an uprising moment, regular people were able to move in revolutionary ways. So right now, in New York, we are here at the root of the issue where people are actually getting detained every day.
It's not working.
Every day in the mornings to try and tell people about their rights and to help them. And here we are today where the action really is instead of doing a permitted rally.
We really appreciate you guys
Exactly.
out here doing this actual work, and not just doing this work. I mean, you are putting faces to kind of what would otherwise be anonymous people who are detained in this building behind us right now. These are people who, as you said, they are mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, people's friends, people's loved ones. There are people that have a lot of people in this country who care about them, and it's just really heartbreaking. We were at the Immigration Detention Center this morning, and we were, right here. We were here right here this morning in New York City outside of the immigration court, and we saw several people being taken
really tiny
immediately
phone.
from immigration court to be arrested
Well, it's old.
by ICE and
In Face
carried
ID
away. So
doesn't
again,
work,
several
but-
arrests just this morning, and some of those people, there was one couple there. So a man and a woman with their baby who was in a carriage, and the man was, swarmed by ICE as soon as they walked out of the court, and it was just.
That's
like
crazy.
You said, these are people who have families and lives here, and it's just extremely heartbreaking. And we're just glad that there are organizations like yours out here doing this work and making people feel like there are people on the outside who do care. And if other people, in this country have become cold and turned off that piece of their humanity that allows them to care about this, that's not everybody.
Yes, and I don't want NYC Ice Watch to take credit for all of this. Especially the core watching, there's a lot of organizations, immigrant-led organizations and activists that want to remain anonymous because of the danger of putting a face to this work, that are out there doing caring for migrants, whether they've been here for 10 years or whether they came from Venezuela 2 years ago or from Africa a year ago. And that is beautiful work that often is untold and often has to be secret in this country. But it's building community, and this is just a public expression of that community.
That's all really great. Is there anything else that you would want to add for viewers of Status Quo?
Yeah. NYC Ice Watch on Instagram. Feel free to send us a DM. And the police are always the enemy. ICE is always the enemy. It's abolish ICE, not about reform. Get involved in your community. Organize block by block. If you can't find an organization to do it, start your own. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Excellent note to end on. Again, thank you so much for talking.
No problem.
All right. All right, so we will be out here covering the rest of the
Forget
protests
how small my
tonight.
computer
Again,
is
we are in front of the
sometimes.
Immigration Detention Center, which is
Like I literally
to my
tried to move
left
this.
on Elk Street. And as they said, there will be protesters trying to block vans as they leave. And the other larger contingent of the march is on the main street. So we will be out here covering whatever happens for the rest of the night.
The hell did I do?
And Jordan just sent me another update. A federal judge declined California's request to immediately block the Trump administration from using Marines and members
Fuck
of
the
the state's
feds.
National Guard to assist ICE on its raids. The judge scheduled a follow-up hearing for Thursday, so we will continue following this story and what happens on Thursday.
Usually that's bad news when a stay isn't granted. Unless of course there's like a bigger entity that's a more advanced am I trying to say, like the Supreme Court for instance, if they were to have like a pending ruling on something, then a stay would sort of be, you know, like it doesn't really matter if the lower court does anything, of course.
No press right now, please. Thank you so much.
I'll let you know.
I'm not sure if it was.
So they are having a private press-free huddle right now. So we're going to let them have their space over there, and they'll let us know when we can come back.
It's probably like watching the news from this specific channel. They're actually respectful.
Quick clip. While they're talking, we're going to go right back over the detention center where the protesters we were just with are at. But we're going to take a quick look at the large protest across the street while we're waiting.
KKK move. KKK. The fascist USA. Or isotherms. We're headed back where the protesters in front of the detention center were huddled up. I guess their private huddle finished. Yep. Oh, I just heard that. Mention Nazi in the face? Hell yeah.
SRG unit seems to be headed toward the
We need to start
detention
working out
center.
again for that purpose, for that very
Toward
intense
Dwayne,
purpose.
down
Don't
Main
care that
Street
I'm
to
down
Elk
here in
Street.
Texas. Ah.
And protesters there are pushing the barricades in the direction of NYPD.
Oh yeah. It's funny because like clearly ICE cannot punch them or abuse them or anything, because that would be an indictment on themselves.
As you can see, NYPD are pushing the barricades back to where they were.
Punch a Nazi in the face! Punch a Nazi in the face! Any gender, any race! Punch a Nazi in the face! Punch a Nazi in the face! Any gender, every race! Punch a Nazi in the face! 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 Gotta go back to your pose! Punch a Nazi in the face! Punch a Nazi in the face! No, I gotta change it back.
All right, John has to change his battery, so we will be right back.
Even the battery on my phone needs to be, well, not changed, but charged. What happened? I don't know what's going on. That's crazy. Okay, well. I guess while that happens and my phone is being weird, I guess we'll see. Okay. It's done. At least that one's fixed. Yep. Oh shit. I don't even know where that went. Yep. Exactly. And of course, to those who do not know what IOF stands for, it's the Israeli Defense Forces, but of course they don't do anything defensive. Instead, they quite literally are on the offensive and commit genocide.
So protesters are continuing to barricades in the direction of NYPD, who I will say is practicing restraint.
I guess they are. I mean, definitely compared to how you'd expect them to respond. But then again, it might be like a matter of like. Right gear, really. Don't touch my right gear again. Oh, don't, like, in the first place, they wouldn't be having to touch your right gear if you weren't there.
Peppa Pig! Kill yourself! Kill yourself! Kill yourself!
Oh my god. I can't. It's like, don't touch my right gear again, then it's like...
John was just telling me that the protesters are calling that one cop Pepper Pig because he sprayed himself with pepper spray a couple of months ago.
Oh shit.
So that is why he is now known as Pepper Pig.
I can't. No wonder he's irritated. Pepper Pig.
Are you guys with a news source or?
To be fair, his face looks like a bulldog, so he always looks like he's about to cry.
Oh my fucking...
Fucking frog-looking piece of shit. No ice! No ice!
I think the neat part of all of this is that clearly these folks have experience, and I'm pretty sure they were probably also involved in a lot of the pro-Palestinian protests that had been occurring in New York. It's kind of clean. Sort of. Probably about as clean as I can hope for it to be. What it means is that if I wanted to do any type of like drawing or whatever in here, I can do it now. Neat.
That guy that just walked that way?
Yeah, yeah.
No, they told us about him. We're gonna I'll see if I can see him.
Do you know what he is?
No, he could be NYPD or anything. There's a whole bunch of agencies. But yeah, we'll either walk over there or we'll wait till he comes back to see. What do you guys think?
We don't know.
Then I have this charger in my end.
Like bronze pin. It looked like there was like a star, or like a multi-point star, like almost like a compass, but I couldn't make it out really.
Okay.
Okay, so one of the
Oh, so
protesters
there's
just
a
ran over
white
here
van
to say
coming.
that there might be a van coming down here.
That's not good. That means they're ready to
And
do
if there
mass
is,
arrests.
as they've said, their plan is to block the van from being able to leave.
Exactly.
And okay, so I can see down the street now.
Because apparently they use
Van
white
turning,
vans for
onto Duane Street, where
both
we are
like
right now,
deportations
again, in
and
front
of
the Immigration
course
Detention Center.
arresting
So
activists.
protesters are going to try to block the van.
In this case, I'm guessing that
So there it is. There is a van.
they're deportees there, or detainees. I mean.
Okay, so,
Hope
so
they
the
block.
van just kind of turned into the building. I don't know if there are further plans. We'll see. We're hanging tonight, and obviously we will be capturing any vans that do get blocked, don't get blocked.
Yep. Oh no, I think the video stopped. That's messed up.
How's it been over on this side?
Well, my video feed stopped. There's the not. Gladly. Oh, it's because of the connection being so bad. You know what?
I think we just know.
Yeah, we're gonna give this phone a minute to like rest.
Okay, it looks like one arrest is being made right now. I'm sorry, 2 arrests. There are 2 people, 2 protesters being arrested
Yep.
right now.
As expected, that's what they were going to do there. I mean, what are the what are the charges? Let's
Dude! Signal man! Ready, guys? Let's do it.
Peppa Pig, bitch!
Peppa Pig.
So as you can see, two protesters were just walked away in the opposite direction.
I mean, I'm wondering, like, what they... Like, do they actually have any type of, like, justification for that? Those types of arrests?
So as you can see, protesters are again pushing the barricades toward NYPD.
Yep.
You're all traitors! You're all traitors! You're all traitors!
Alright, this book. Yeah, they are all class traders.
You're all traitors! 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 You're all traitors!
Humpty Dumpty. The hell? I'm trying to test something though. Oh wait, no, that's that camera.
I'm sending a video.
Video?
Yeah.
Maybe I can test that later. I'm trying to figure out which one to keep. This one or the other one.
Shame on you!
Maybe I can go here.
They're gonna come for you next!
Okay. Someone was just telling John that there are, the NYPD has their buses down the street, so they're probably gearing up to be making arrests tonight.
Yeah. That's not a good sign. I mean, of course, they know the risks, but also, I can't believe I'm on the other side of my house and I can still hear myself.
If you are just joining us on the live stream, this is Ashley Bishop with Status Quo. John Farina and I are on the ground in New York City at the anti-ICE protest, where around 5,000 people have come out tonight to protest against ICE. If you're watching the live stream last night, you'll know that John and I were out here last night as well, covering another anti-ICE protest where several people were arrested. And again, tonight there is a much, much larger turnout. There's around 5,000 people out here. So there are people, there's a smaller protest in front of the Immigration Detention Center John and I just were, and there's also protests on either side of the street. So we're walking closer to Broadway. We're walking down toward Broadway right now, where again there's a big protest going on.
Ooh, my knees. Oh, shit. What did I do? I somehow did not touch I did not touch my Ethernet cable, and the and I removed it somehow. Oh my knees.
Okay, so I was just talking to
What
someone.
the fuck?
The guy in the baseball cap right there is Kaz Daughtry, the chief of public safety in New York. So chief of public
boy.
safety in New York, and the men in the suits around him are his security detail.
16? Really? Yeah. Move it right. Okay. All right.
Okay.
That's what PSL was. Yeah. Right, because he said that 15 were arrested.
So 15 were arrested there.
Oh.
And then in March, another one of this. And all the way down to 2 on there. Yeah, that's got it.
Okay, so it sounds like there's another protest at the federal courthouse. So we're going to go ahead in that direction and see what's happening. We've been getting reports that around 15 people have already been arrested right up here. That's not confirmed, cannot confirm that, but that's what we're hearing right now. And hopefully we'll be able to confirm that. So where John and I are, as you guys can see on the live stream that I actually can't, there are protests on every corner right here.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Duane and Broadway.
Okay. I love how they're getting booed.
I mean, if that guy's good,
Can you open up this front flap here and see what the battery looks like?
You're at 38%.
38? What's up, man?
Not done. And the first place. This should be like.
Shame on Trump, shame on Eric Adams,
Yep.
and shame on their enablers such as Andrew Cuomo and Adrian Adams. Shame
Yep.
on all of them.
All of them.
Hold them accountable. Voting matters, education matters, protesting matters, awareness matters. Tell people
Yep.
what's going on, spread the word.
Like all that money used to enforce immigration, which essentially is only about arresting and breaking up families and such. I could go to education, healthcare. Yep.
Starvation is a crime against humanity. And tell Benjamin Netanyahu
Yep.
how he acts like it's just like how they were acting with the Warsaw Ghetto in 1943.
Exactly.
That's who Netanyahu is. That's who Benjamin is. They have been right at home attacking the Warsaw Ghetto in 1943. Don't let them ever forget that. So the same tactics are being used in Gaza that was being used in Warsaw during World War II. Shame on Trump, shame on Netanyahu, shame on Cuomo and Eric Adams and Adrian Adams for supporting genocide. And tell Chuck Schumer to grow his spine while at it.
Aren't they doing that repeat thing? Oh shit. Was up here the entire time.
So they want her to
Just be down there.
Okay. you can see on the live stream that one of the demonstrators is climbing on one of the streetlights, and NYPD is trying to get them to climb down. I can't fully see what's happening right now. But I assume NYPD
Stay
is
up.
moving closer
Stay
to
up.
the demonstrator that, again, is climbed on top of the streetlight.
Oh wow.
So Jordan just sent another update. Democratic Representative LaMonica McIver has been indicted on charges of forcibly impeding immigration officers at the New Jersey Detention Center facility in Delaney Hall. The Detention Center Delaney Hall in New
That's
Jersey.
wow. That's rich.
So again, Democratic Representative LaMonica McIver has been indicted on charges of forcibly impeding immigration officers at Delaney Hall, the ICE Immigration Detention Center in New Jersey.
I mean, why the fuck in the first place there's a detention center in New Jersey of all places? Not even 100 miles within any type of border.
We have a new status crew member, Ariana. So welcome, Ariana. Thank you for joining as a member. Okay, it looks like the NYPD police bus is
Oh shit.
where they're trying to move to.
Okay, didn't they say earlier that they were trying to block whatever van? They're gonna try to arrest all of them. I mean, these folks is, this is what they're trying to say is a violent protest. This is apparently a violent protest. Because to them, anything that impedes the status quo is violent. Even when it's clearly the fuck not.
We'll follow them.
Follow the crew!
Okay, looks like the protest is now
Yep, they're moving.
moving down Broadway.
The guy can't use his phone without my headphones getting like messed up. So convenient.
It's a car coming up.
I'm still hungry. Wait. That's what I get for not eating for like 7 hours now. Yeah.
And we have more new Status Quo members. You're not on fire yet. Jack and Christina, welcome you guys. Thank you for joining Status Quo.
Oh yeah. I'm supposed to eat nachos.
And if you are just joining us on the live stream, this is Ashley Bishop with Status Quo, and John Farina and I are on the ground in New York City at a very large anti-ICE protest where there's about 5,000 people tonight. And we are currently on the corner of Duane and Broadway, where NYPD is kind of lined up, trying to corral protesters onto the sidewalk, and mostly the protesters are on the sidewalks right now.
Yep. Which is dangerous, because like they're definitely going to try to do mass arrests. That's why they're corralling in the first place. Corralling with that
If you
big
watched
ass
us last
bus.
night, you'll know that John and I were also covering another anti-ICE protest, which was much smaller, but several arrests were made last night. We've heard reports of around 15 people being arrested here tonight. We can't confirm that, but that's what we've heard so far.
Crazy. Arresting people just, for doing
This
the
morning,
right thing.
John and I were at the Immigration Detention Center, which is right down the street here, and we were outside of the Immigration Court where ICE was arresting people as they left court, and we covered them making
Such grimy
several
behavior.
arrests. And if you haven't seen our footage of that, we did post some clips on Twitter and Instagram, so you should check those out, and we will post the rest of it on YouTube as well. And as I'm sure viewers know, all of these anti-ICE protests have been organized in part in response to Trump's heavily militarized ICE raids in LA and his authoritarian response to quashing the protests that sprung up after the ICE raids. And as we've been covering the violent, clashes here, we've also been covering them in LA. Tina Berg has been on the ground for Status Quo for days, and she's been doing some really excellent coverage in LA. So she will be reporting live for Status Quo tonight as well. So she will be on the ground in LA covering what has become a war zone in LA for Status Quo as well. So please, once the stream is over, check out Tina and her coverage in LA. And for some more context specific to the raids in LA, all of this has happened because after falling short on the Trump administration's deportation goals, and by short, I mean less than Biden's daily numbers of deportations during his last year in office,
Yeah, because
Stephen Miller
Biden
told
was
ICE to
also a
stop focusing
fascist.
only on criminals and just go out there and arrest illegal aliens, which is a quote from him. ICE agents were told not to make target lists, and instead of that, just go to places like Home Depot and 7-Eleven to seek out people to arrest. So just, people who are working, not the criminals and murderers and rapists we were told that the Trump administration was going to target.
Metrics.
It is also just regular working people. So that is what they did. ICE
That's the thing that
conducted a
sounds me
raid
like.
at an LA area Home Depot, which
I'm
was the initial
studying
flashpoint for the
data
ensuing
science.
protests. And Trump overruled Governor of California, Gavin Newsom, and sent in National Guard troops, as well as now
And like the number
700
one
Marines.
thing that they tell us
Gavin
not to
Newsom
do
now
is
suing
like
the administration over this, and he's
rely
requested a
solely
restraining
on
order
fucking
to
metrics,
stop Trump from using the military to accompany
because then we
ICE
miss the mark.
on their raids. Internally, ICE has set arrest
But of course,
quotas,
like
deputized other federal agents, and warned staff of consequences for low arrest numbers. And one official has resigned over this. So that is how
As they should.
we got to this. And looks like in front of me, and
No wonder I'm gaining weight.
is
I've been eating like 30 chips, and
moving
apparently that's
closer
like
to where we
450 calories. Damn. I love this one.
Get on the sidewalk. You're not on the sidewalk yet.
Yeah, on the sidewalk.
Keep going, keep going. Keep going. On the sidewalk. You're not on the sidewalk yet. Keep going.
Can't find my chip clip. Okay. Oh, I cannot.
They don't tell you to come here. It's the big one. No you. No you. Go back.
Yeah. Can't find my chip
As you
clip.
can see, the NYPD police bus is right on the corner here.
Christopher, over here. You broke the line. Christopher, follow the rule. No! Follow the rule!
Not.
Is it Michael or Mikael? I don't know. Schiaffo, Michael. Michael Schiaffo. Over here, bro. Come on, man. I know you can hear me. Christopher, can you ask Michael what the time is? Christopher, can you ask Michael what the time is? Christopher, can you ask Michael what he bowls? You're like, you bowl at 250. You're like, you're good at it. Get to the alley.
Like Christopher. True. Your fucking chance. I swear.
Hey, as a requirement to have the funny hat, do you have to be short? Why do you all look 5'6"?
Sidewalk. Come on, get on the sidewalk. Get on the sidewalk. Sidewalk right now.
Sidewalk.
We're on the sidewalk!
Arresting somebody.
This is the sidewalk, come on!
Okay, someone is being arrested.
Called it.
I can't fully see.
All right, lock arms! Lock arms! Lock arms! Lock arms! Lock arms! Lock arms! Lock arms if you're in the front! Push on the backs of the people! Lock arms if you're in the front! Lock arms!
Yep.
Lock your damn
Sorry about that.
arms! Lock your damn arms or get pushed back! Push on the person in front of you! Lock arms! Hold the fucking line!
You're good.
I mean, what are the charges? Like, what kind of charges can you even come up with?
It's back up.
Hey, they're kicking him!
Go this way.
Why are they kicking him? Hello?
Because they're fucking pigs, that's why.
Alright, something,
Alright, go over here.
The
alright,
police
there
brutality is like
are-
literally what the rest of the
I
country
can't really
knows
see. I'm sorry,
the
guys.
NYPD for.
There's some kind of clash happening between NYPD and protesters. We heard someone saying that one of the protesters was getting kicked by NYPD. And again, you guys have a better view. You guys have a better view right now than I actually do of what's happening.
God damn. They're really beating the shit out of people.
And cops are pushing
For
protesters
what
back.
reason, too? And then they get qualified immunity from, like, assault charges and accusations. It's like, there's the video evidence right there. And of course, like, how many times have they gone away with shit?
What's up?
The fuck? Oh, hell no. They're they're targeting women, they're targeting the people who they think are the most vulnerable. I mean, I literally read like an infographic like a few days ago, I think. Apparently they target women, the elderly, and the disabled. First, because like those are the people who can't like run away and fight back. And I mean, it's right here. It's broadcast. I mean, as you can see here, whenever folks talk about peaceful protests, this is the type of shit that changes a peaceful protest from
Alright, as you guys can see,
peace to violence.
there was just a clash, let's call it, between NYPD and protesters.
Because they do bullshit like that. Arrest
Again,
women,
that happened after
arrest like people who...
we heard that someone was being arrested. I'm not sure what the pretense for the arrest was.
Exactly. There's probably no
perhaps not
pretext.
being on the sidewalk,
Pretext.
I'm not sure.
Like sidewalk. Walking outside of a sidewalk. Like those people were arrested on a crosswalk. A crosswalk is a public space that people are allowed to be at. Like people wonder why there's so many folks who are mad at cops. This type of bullshit. On a regular basis. Even bringing in a giant fucking white bus.
Being carried away right now. And there's are two others coming from the direction of where the immigration detention center is.
Hmm.
Malcolm, you should be ashamed of that fucking name. You hear me? You should be fucking ashamed.
I don't think they can kill Shin. I mean, honestly. Like, you can call them out all you want, but, like, they're already indoctrinated. I, too, could be indoctrinated if I stay at, like, my current job. It's like, when you are... Like, eventually these systems, they take away your individuality. So, unfortunately, these cops, they could have been good people at one point in time, but now, this is what they are.
I want you to hear my fucking words. You're a killer to our community. You know that?
Yeah, fucking just nod in your fucking head.
I know your mom and your dad came here. To sacrifice. They sacrificed their life for you. And you're over here.
Not wrong, I mean... You know, NYPD is definitely diverse, ethnically, but... they're engaging in the same exact oppression enacted upon them at one point in time by other cops. Probably against their family members, which is why their family members left their nations of birth. And now they're at New York. I'm not eating that. It's fine. Oh shit.
What do you think? What? Yeah. The police gotta keep trying to push the removal.
I mean, I think the irony of these, like, big ass cities, talking about how they are, you know, apparently. I mean, is New York even a sanctuary city anymore? I don't think they are, actually. I mean, unfortunately, they all know now. Like, it's definitely not just a camp. Arresting, like, innocent protesters who they really did nothing. I mean, if it was something that it wasn't clear, it wasn't made clear. Because I know for a fact that, like, cops do have to state the charges. whether you're talking about like data science or you're talking about like cybersecurity hack, if there's no like accountability, people have good reason to question. Like, you can't just like arrest people for no reason without pretext. Okay, I was definitely trying to search for something and then I forgot. Oh well. Yep.
Tell me what you're fighting for. Antifada People's War. Antifada, Antifada. Long live the Antifada. Antifada, Antifada. Mobilize the Antifada. From New York to Palestine. Mobilize the Antifada.
I completely forgot to put like the video. Okay.
Mobilize the Antifada. Mobilize the Antifada. Mobilize the Antifada. From Palestine to Mexico. All these walls have got to go. From Palestine to Mexico. All these walls have got to go.
And of course, like the ADL, they're gonna go ahead and be like, "Oh, this is anti-Semitism."
All these walls have got to go.
Liberation is anti-Semitism, apparently. I mean, I wonder what they think. You know, fighting the Nazis.
From Palestine to Mexico. All these walls have got to go.
I hate that like the best image in my stream right now is literally my nachos.
Free up and rescue them all. Every fascist day will fall. Free up and rescue them all. Every fascist day will fall.
I'm kind of suspicious of those vans. Let me wash my hands. Might as well dust this first.
This is a pretty big protest today. Again, there's around 5,000 people out here. I have not seen, any of the corporate legacy media out here tonight. No CNBC, MSNBC, CNN.
Exactly.
It is just us. So another good reason to support our work at statusquo.com/join, where you can become a member and support our work on the ground so that we can keep covering this protest and do more on-the-ground reporting for you guys.
Yep. Huh? Sorry. I had to blow my nose. Didn't realize how bad my allergies were today, but they caught up to me. Alright, what's next? Well, I have this remote. I'll put it over there to the other TV I have.
Ready? Huh?
Hey guys, so we're going to be signing off now. We hate to do it, but Tina Berg is going to be reporting from LA on the protest there. So we have to sign off so that she can start her live stream. So that's what we're
Yeah.
doing. But there's still a lot of activity happening right now in New York City. So we're going to keep recording. If there's anything to report back to you guys, we will post as we are able to, or as soon as we are able to. So again, John and I have been on the ground live in New York City covering the anti-ICE protest that's happening right near the Immigration Detention Center here that John and I were at this morning, covering arrests that were being made of immigrants by ICE as they were exiting the immigration court. It is just us out here. If you've been watching, you can see that there are no other big cameras out here. No other news stations are out here. It's really just us on the ground. Corporate media is ignoring this 5,000
As always.
person protest tonight. There's no MSNBC. There's no CNN. Again, they are not here. So please do support our work so that we can keep covering this for you guys. It really helps if you become a paid member. You can do that for as little as $5 a month at statusquo.com/join. And like I said earlier, make sure that you do that so that I don't get in
Mine
trouble
is-
with my boss.
It's clear now.
Jordan would very much like it if you guys would sign up tonight. So again, if you can, please do become a paid member at statusquo.com/join so that we can keep bringing you this independent reporting on the ground here in New York City. So we are going to sign off now so that Tina can start her live stream. So stay tuned on Status Quo. Don't leave us. Stay right here. Just switch over to Tina's live stream so that you can watch her coverage of the anti-ICE protest in LA. So we will see you
Neat.
again soon. And that's it for us tonight. Bye.
Alright. Not my crappy ass algorithm going up at the end. Alright, I guess I'm waiting. Should be in the live tab. Or should I switch over to something on Twitch? Even if I'm not like... Yeah, I can't like randomly watch something on Twitch now because like I forget that I multi-stream, and so it's not just like Twitch. It's also the YouTube, and then YouTube completely like messed up my stream because I was watching something. It was like a what do you call it? One of these like DJ people. Oopsies. Did I watch this? Wait, what is woke.net?
The police
Never
try
seen
their
that
best
before.
to cooperate with people that are protesting. You know,
Neat.
like these people are actually trying to cooperate and tell them like, yo, like, listen, we're doing our best.
Wow. There's people all over the country. Santa Ana, Los Angeles. I'm gonna say the Spanish pronunciation from now on. I don't care. New York, of course. Atlanta.
I'm not
Denver.
going
Wow.
to, you know, get too close, but there are news sources and press as well. TVU press over here.
How do they even do this? Just like randomly get people's streams. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're like... It's not... I'm pretty sure it's voluntary. But it's also tripping me up a little bit. And, yeah. Woke viewers also watch. Sorry.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not even like signed in, so...
You have something none of us have.
Audiences give How to Train Your Dragon.
But when I am signed in, I do have this channel. I'm not certain.
It's the cinematic ride of the summer.
Like, is it actually like... Is the whole agenda free part,
How
like,
to Train Your Dragon.
actually real?
In theaters Friday. Rated PG.
Yep. Him watching multiple streams and then me watching his stream. Wait, what's that thing in LA? Like, oh, that's the mayor's office. Do they have anything going on in Houston? Let me use a different. I will like always
a lot
lose
of
my phone.
police out there, and a lot of police in Atlanta on that shot on the top there in Atlanta. Again, we're expecting the mayor of LA to speak at any time.
Oh
now.
boy. What the hell? I'm not even logged in, and it like on my phone where I am logged in, it quite literally was like, oh, here's that channel that you just watched, and then a bunch of the random ones that I watched like one time.
Test 1 2.
What?
What do you got? How many bots on that news channel? What are we talking about here? You think 420 individual establishment is that?
What kind of conversation are they having?
Well, we might have lost Atlanta. Let's get rid of that for now.
Oh wow, I didn't know there were people who actually like tags Houston
no, Atlanta should be back
in their streams. And a random Russian.
Oh, did it end?
Well, Slavic. I see Cyrillic.
Maybe it
Can't
did.
be for sure if it like. Ultron. Oh no. Okay, so if there are protests happening in Houston, it's not being streamed on Twitch. Did I just say Twitch or Twitch? Okay. Let me see. Damn, no. Nothing. Maybe if I go to YouTube? It'll work, or it'll randomly like show me my own stream, and that would piss me off.
Curfew for some part of LA, particularly downtown LA tonight.
Let's see.
We'll see what she says. Looks like they're about to maybe start with the mayor. We're gonna hear what the mayor has to say.
Nationwide unrest. that's what the local news says is happening. Well, I guess there were there were protests. I used to have to be at work yesterday. Wait, let me I got this new phone. Well, it's not a new phone. I don't know why you keep calling it that. Literally. Why do I have two iPhones? I don't know. personal work, and then this is like literally a tiny camera. That's what its best like use is gonna be. Um, Woo!
Fuck Trump! Fuck ICE! Fuck Trump! Fuck ICE! Fuck Trump! Fuck ICE! Fuck Trump! Fuck ICE! Right here, bro! Feel Mexico!
So the grip works. Kind of. Didn't see it, maybe? No, not like that. Maybe like this. Close enough. Now I can actually like use it as a camera. Oh shoot, I forgot. I have to download like a bunch of apps first. Oh, come on. I love this message. Fuck ice. I still think it's weird that like I got two refurbished phones. Like, one is this, but this is actually an upgrade to this, and then this one, which is the same exact generation, and also my dog. Okay, LaMonica MacGyver. Yeah, I heard of that. Of her rest earlier in the stream. Let me. Should I go to the comment section and just like completely trash like the haters, or
We're
maybe
about to
not?
hear from the mayor.
You know what? Maybe I should go to Facebook because I haven't done that in a while.
We're about to hear from Mayor Karen Bass of Los Angeles. She may be announcing a curfew.
Oh no.
In Los Angeles of some sort.
Really?
So, any moment
A
now,
curfew.
she is going to be speaking.
You know what? Maybe do I want to go to Hassan's stream? Maybe. Don't do that. Yes, they are.
centralized grassroots movement that is an uncontrollable force for the most part. Okay. Meanwhile, you have a systematized form of violence in policing, in riot control, in what they consider to be crowd control. Okay? That is directed violence at the taxpayers who pay their salaries, who pay their fucking weapons, who pay for their
True.
gear. That is not the best use of funds whatsoever.
It's not. It's really not. It's like so wasteful.
So when there is spontaneous bouts of retaliation, or when someone goes in and does something that I think is not good at all and dangerous, like burning a fucking Waymo in the middle of a crowded street, I'm not going to focus on that too much. Because ultimately, I think I would be incredibly hypocritical to hyper focus on a fucking burned Waymo when literally 100 meters away from that burned Waymo are people being burned with chemical weapons that are being deployed on them by the police force. That, I think, is infinitely more damaging than the bottom line of Google-owned Waymo.
Yeah.
Okay? Yes, the best response to people pointing out imperfect protesting would be to point out that the police are shooting people in the head with rubber bullets. That's why I always redirect people's attention back to who actually is the real vector of harm here. Okay?
Oh shit.
When
Wait.
people talk about civilians stopping traffic for a short period of time in an effort to protest against ICE kidnapping their neighbors. Okay? ICE kidnapping their neighbors is the inflection point.
They just see something.
It is an unjustifiable act of violence.
They just see
Serialized,
something.
Systematized, and legalized by the state.
On Facebook.
It, of course,
from
invites
Twitter.
a reaction. It provokes people.
That may have
it's
shaken me.
understandable reaction to unjustifiable detentions. Okay? Now, in the process of that reaction, the police also block traffic for a lot longer than the citizens do. They block traffic for the rest of the night, as a matter of fact. And the reasons for why they block traffic is very different. Citizens block traffic to protest, okay, in a peaceful manner. It's a nuisance, sure, but it's ultimately a peaceful a demonstration. Police block traffic to create a staging ground so that they can use said staging ground to continue brutalizing the citizens. But people never actually get mad about the police breaking shit or the police actually stopping traffic. Okay? That's it. If you care about property damage, there are plenty of instances where cops are fucking deploying incendiary explosive devices in a crowded neighborhood, lighting shit on fire. Okay? Yeah, this protest is very safe, lol. This protest is very safe, actually.
I mean, it.
Like,
yeah.
It has been.
Most of them have been.
Are.
It's just like what they wanted to say about Black Lives Matter 5 years ago.
Are safe until cops decide to escalate.
Yep.
Because people don't operate with violent intention. They don't want to fight cops. Cops have gear. Cops have lethal weapons. Cops have less lethal weapons that they actively use. They have chemical weapons they use on crowds as a mechanism of dispersal.
Exactly.
Why the fuck would anybody do that? You think people just have a death wish? No. People only do that because they're there and the cops use it on them, and then they understandably get angry and throw things back at the fucking riot police in response. Yep. Oftentimes it's just a bottle of water, which is nothing, right? It's nothing. When you got fucking full tilt, like you got armor on, a bottle of water is nothing. Sometimes it might even be a fucking rock. But if you get angry at a bottle of water being thrown at cops, then you should be unimaginably angry. Unimaginably angry at the unconscionable violence that's coming from cops that are armed, that are heavily militarized, that are throwing incendiary explosive devices into a crowd of unarmed people. They shoot you with rubber bullets and pepper bags from a distance that could easily kill you. Think about that. This is the reason why I don't spend a crazy amount of time hyper-focusing on, policing the protesters because I think that that is
I mean, how about
ultimately,
police the cops?
it's ultimately frivolous, it's ultimately unproductive, and it's most often deployed by people who have no interest in supporting these protesters whatsoever and are simply looking for a moral out to say, yeah, I was with the cause until I saw them wave non-American flags, or yeah, I was with the
Wave
cause
non-American
until I saw them,
flags.
I don't know, fucking
California
one
was
guy in a
literally
crowd of, like,
Mexico
thousands
for
throw
like
a fucking water bottle at a cop.
centuries.
But I have no
Centuries
but I
longer
also
than it
think
has
that
been a part of the
violence that
US.
came before and after that is totally fucking valid when it's coming from the police.
I can't. Like California was literally like one
People
of the
only see
first
protests through the lens of cops being the good guys holding
places
order
that
in
were
retaliation
colonized
to
by
what
the
the States,
Spanish.
mainly the U.S. and EU. Just imagine this. Not even the EU. Americans love watching French protests.
That's why there's still so many Latinos
will just straight
of
up duke it out
indigenous
in
descent
hand-to-hand
who live
combat
there.
with police. But when I once famously said, the more violence that you can do in self-defense to police, the more civilized the country is. People clipped that and lost their minds over it. The more you can engage in self-defense, the more there's parity between a police officer and a regular citizen, the more modern and the more civil a society truly is. Americans literally lose their minds at hearing that. That when they hear that, they go, what the fuck are you saying? That is the most insane thing I've ever heard in my entire fucking life. It's not even in their, like, it's not even something that they can comprehend. The average American unironically believes that if a police officer's feelings are hurt, they should be able to kill you on the spot.
Exactly.
It's
it is
crazy
just
to me.
so...
They're people, right? Aren't they supposed to be people? They're not like a naturally occurring phenomena. Fucking gray bars again. I need to fix these alerts, man. I might have to revamp my whole shtick. Do a full-blown overhaul. Ironically, LA has officially will enact curfew for parts of downtown Los Angeles, according to CNN.
Yep.
Even though I'm literally watching CNN right now and I don't see them saying that there will be a curfew. Yeah, what's funny about this, of course, is that it is the exact same sentiment behind the Second Amendment. Which is why Republicans who believe in the Second Amendment, my Second Amendment is there to protect the first, that type of shit, are also the biggest bootlickers ever known to man.
Yeah.
They just want to have their fucking toys. They want to have their toys, and they want to be able to use it on, like, unsuspecting individuals who actually didn't do any crimes whatsoever, but simply were a nuisance to them. That's it. They're fucking LARPers. They're fetishists. The average unarmed protester, the average queer English major unarmed protester with a septum ring and purple hair in Los Angeles
this fucking
that's out in the streets right now getting fucking peppered and getting tear gassed is infinitely braver than the biggest fucking Navy gravy seal, okay?
Gravy seal, yeah.
The most, like, hopped up on steroids gravy seal motherfucker with arsenal of weapons.
Wait, what time
that
is
person's
it?
got no protection,
Oh, wow.
and they're still out there, non-binary, being all queer and purple-haired and with a septum ring, and duking it out with the fucking cops with no protection whatsoever. Go ahead, tell me that person is tell me that person isn't brave.
Wait, where did that go? That's why he's getting unhinged. There's no Kaya there. let's see. Oh, it's scheduled. I don't like that. I guess what do we do in the meantime? Oh my god. I do not get my stream like completely fucked. A working stream. You know what, actually? Oh my gosh. Let me test something. Like, really quickly. Let me see if like my... Yep, it's whenever there's like really loud background noise, like that's when it makes that weird sound. That weird, like, I can't describe it. It's like a consistent tapping. It's like a, yeah, kind of like that. Okay, well, what shall I look at now? Oh my god.
Larry Page is like being too
I like the
nonchalant
title.
about it. So he thinks that's dangerous. Like you should really, you know. And then the way that it's characterized in the book is
Does
that
LA
most
have the
people,
right to
like,
defend
look upon
itself?
this in the community are like, Elon's kind of lost his mind. Like why? Like,
Oh my god.
Hassabis,
Yeah,
this
I
guy
should really
Hassabis is
like
actually pretty
start doing my
mild-mannered. He's
homework.
not really that.
I already did my homework like
Not really that big of a deal.
earlier in the day, but
So everyone tries to compete
now that
for this
sunset.
new technology. They all recognize there's a race to like become the next thing, you know, in AI, and you know, Elon Musk and Sam Altman start Open AI with this idea of it being, you know, we're going to have it be egalitarian and good and all this.
Supposedly.
And, of course, all that gets dashed ultimately, but it's interesting that they all recognize the same thing and they all race towards, you know, monopolizing this market, because as we know, Peter Thiel so presciently laid it out for us that if you're starting a business, your goal is to be a monopoly, and
Always, yeah.
that is how it goes, you know. So there's probably some new names you never heard of. I never heard of them. Maybe you'll. I mean, I knew of Sam Altman, but it's definitely something I think we all need to pay attention to.
True.
Because it's only increasingly becoming more relevant and powerful in the emerging new world.
Yep. Emerging tech is
we are creating
essentially the same thing as like the emerging
new
world, I guess. The way that he described it.
OpenAI, and ultimately after this this brief love affair,
and I guess some context here. I'm studying data science. Master's program. I'm halfway done. That's why I have homework to do. As a clearly full-grown adult. I guess let's continue.
AI, and Sam Altman tweets back something's. Yeah, here we go. Sam Altman dismisses Elon Musk's bid to buy OpenAI in letter to staff. So Sam Altman is leaving no room for doubt
Always
about
crashing
his
me the
views
hell
on
up.
an Elon Musk-led bid to take control of OpenAI. In a letter to OpenAI staff Monday, the CEO put the words "bid" and "deal" in scare quotes. And said he said the startup's board has no interest in the offer. Our structure exists to ensure that no individual can take control of OpenAI, Altman wrote. According to two
Like, he thinks
sources
it's
with knowledge
Twitter.
of the letter, Elon runs a competitive AI company and his actions are not about OpenAI's mission or values.
Yeah.
I love that. That's such a tell. I mean, Elon runs a competitive AI company, but as if Sam doesn't. They're all competing.
Exactly.
And anyone that tells you that they're not, oh, we're doing this for egalitarian reasons.
No.
It's not a thing.
That's never the case.
And it's very funny that they all did their all of these rich Silicon Valley investors did their own little offshoot. Because, it's true. It's like Google started DeepMind. Elon and Sam started OpenAI. Then Elon leaves. Now he starts Grok, XAI. And there are many others, which I'm only just now learning. So I know I'm forgetting that there's a whole ecosystem for this, but yeah, he tried to buy OpenAI. Elon did. Altman has told employees that OpenAI's board, which he sits on, has yet to receive an official offer. Time for OpenAI to return the open source. Let's read a little bit of this. Maybe I'll learn some things. A group of investors led by Musk stunned the tech industry on Monday when they announced an unsolicited offer to buy all of OpenAI's assets to the tune of $97 billion. Musk's competing AI company XAI is backing the bid, as is Valor Equity Partners, a private equity firm run by one of Musk's closest advisors. If there's anything to be said about Musk, he's really great at buying things.
Yeah, because he got a
or maybe he's really bad.
Shit ton of money.
He tends to overpay. But
he does overpay, exactly. He's not actually great at buying things. He just has a shit ton of money, so nobody notices that he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing.
XAI is backing the bid, a private equity firm run by one of Musk's closest advisors. Gracias helped advise Musk on his deal to acquire Twitter in 2022 and has been involved with his efforts at Doge. It's time for OpenAI to return to the open source, safety-focused force for good it once was, Musk said in a statement sent to Wired through his lawyer.
Of all the people, Grok literally
Musk
has like
sued OpenAI multiple
fucking
times
Nazi,
for, among other things, allegedly violating its original vision as a non-profit
fucking like
transition to become
what do
a
you call it?
for-profit company. And that is actually
Pro
probably
Boer
true. I mean,
propaganda on its.
From what I glean, I don't think that that's actually wrong.
In it, like it, apparently it was built into their system, and so like somebody was instructed to basically not like hack it, but
for what they are,
make it so that it just unsolicitedly places in what do you call it, like that type of propaganda in random answers. Like you can ask it the time of day and it's just gonna tell you about white genocide in South Africa that doesn't actually exist, because what actually happened was the opposite: black genocide in South Africa in an attempt to colonize it. But whatever.
But certainly they outwardly said one thing, and then as time went on, like Altman was, going back to my first point, Altman was fired for lying to the board of directors, lying to his board members. So, in addition to fighting back in court, OpenAI published a series of emails claiming that Musk knew OpenAI would need to become for-profit in order to pursue artificial general intelligence, and in fact tried to merge the company with Tesla.
Oopsies.
Well, there's your answer right there. I was just like, did they not know? But yeah, it seems highly likely that they knew, right? Otherwise, how would they know how to play the game to become worth billions of dollars? But OpenAI published a series of emails claiming that Musk knew OpenAI would need to become for profit. That's interesting. We realized building AGI will require far more resources than we'd initially imagined. Yeah. You know, the system compels short-term profits no matter what, you know. Elon said that we should announce an initial $1 billion funding commitment to OpenAI. In total, the nonprofit has raised less than $45 million from Elon and more than $90 million from other donors. Sorry, I'm going down a rabbit hole. Yeah. So Sam is fired from the company, but he's reinstated like 72 hours later because it's a deeply unpopular move within the company. All sorts of drama. But
wait, what the hell?
Anyway, I don't mean to bore you. So if you have any links that you'd like to share, or let's see, what is this? Is this some new ones?
What we're saying is the working class, to organize in its own interest, must be guided by this science. And to be guided by this science, which is its liberation ideology, it needs an organized party whose job is to train Marxists, worker theoreticians. It doesn't matter what background you come from, you can become a working class theoretician if you want to. If you're ready to. Our party's job, a communist party's job, is to create this guiding force of the working class
Indeed.
that can harness its power, its energy, its anger in a constructive way to actually win the battle that needs to be won. And when we look at any particular question, it has to be in that context. If we don't look at the big picture, if we don't take the long-term view, if we don't fit things into the bigger arc of history, if we don't fit them into the larger mission of winning the battle for socialism, we will lose not only the big battle, but all the small ones along the way. And as Ranjit said, just to finish up, you know, our time is coming. You can feel the shift in the balance of forces in the world. You can feel the desire of the workers to break free. You can feel the desire of the oppressed peoples to break free. You can feel the panic of the imperialists as their economic crisis deepens, which it is deepening every day more. They are in dire straits. Their whole system is 100 years past its sell-by date, and it's showing.
You know, boy McBoy, you're absolutely right, because like I say, everything in this world cannot be separated from class. And
exactly,
you can't do that with technology, certainly. Always
definitely cannot.
The service of what and for who. You know?
I add on to that, remembering and realizing that class is not just economic, it's also racial. Because there's a reason why it's called white supremacy. And there's a reason why white supremacy requires capitalism as its apparatus. Essentially, without white supremacy, you have no capitalism, vice versa. All of that is simply to consolidate power into the hands of a very few people. Let's see.
Motivated. We're moving as quickly as we can, so you know we would very much like to find an agreement that makes sense for both countries. The relationship is complex.
I could go like on a tangent about that like all day, unfortunately.
But there are things we potentially could do. So, I just think we feel positive about engaging with the Chinese, understanding the real challenges we've had for many years and some
So,
in store.
So there's no movement then with Harris go back.
Well, listen, that's going to be up to the president, right? I mean, that's all of this is up to the president. He's been asked directly about this sometimes, and he says something like, "We'll see." So I'm not going to say more than that.
The restrictions on chips like the H20 from Nvidia.
because we're like every single person that administrates in that administration is like a fucking yes man or a yes woman. I guess let's be gender inclusive.
Escalating tensions between President Trump and Tesla CEO Elon Musk sending shares of the EV maker lower. The downward move in Tesla shares weighing on
I love seeing that downfall.
trade. I'm Fornesus' Josh Schaefer joins us now with the trading day takeaways. Josh.
Hey, Josh, you got it. So this dispute between President Trump and Elon Musk really heating up today. Of course, Elon Musk had been coming after the president over the last several days regarding his tax bill. Well, today you had Trump responding. One of the key moves was Trump's response on Truth Social saying that he would pull government subsidies to Elon's companies such as Tesla. Here's our chart here, stock down over 14% today. Trump also adding in separate posts saying that, quote, Elon went crazy, essentially saying that he pushed Elon out of the government. Elon didn't necessarily choose to leave. But what I want to take a look at...
this doesn't exactly look good for Trump either.
Yep.
These were two people that were allied with each other. And now they're saying the most awful shit about each other. It's like watching a train wreck, a love affair gone sour.
For a chart here, Josh. Tesla is now essentially back where it was on November 6, 2025. November 6, 2025, of course, was the day after the election, right? Tesla shares had just jumped. They were $288 a share. Well, today Tesla shares just closed at $284 a share. And one of the interesting things when you look at a chart like this and you see stock at a similar price is, okay, well, what's the pitch now, right? At 288 back in November, it was Musk is teaming up with Trump. There's all this optimism built into the stock. It sent the stock roaring, right? And even Musk coming back has sent the stock roaring.
There we
now
go.
You're back at that same level.
Hi, everybody.
And you basically went from Musk.
Let's see what you got for me.
When most people
Oof,
think
20
of the
minutes.
Vietnam
It's
War,
long.
They think of a war between Vietnam and the USA, but that's only part of the history. In reality,
I've seen her
war
video
involves
before.
a complex web of nations, not just Vietnam and the USA. A few socialist nations like China and the Soviet Union supported Vietnam indirectly, providing weapons and supplies. Former colonies of France like Laos and Cambodia fought alongside Vietnam to defend our homeland. On the other side, numerous nations allied with the USA, and some of these imperialist nations even helped commit horrible atrocities against civilians, not just in Vietnam, but also in Laos and Cambodia. These illegal war crimes remain a dark and often overlooked chapter of the war. In this series,
Yep.
we will explore the lesser-known
We're a
stories
million
of
killed.
nations that participate in the genocide occupation of my country, Vietnam.
Told y'all I
First
studied
episode,
data
we will look
science.
at the participation of Australia, a
Data
close ally of the
science.
US, which has
Not
been
data
described
science.
by
I'm
some
not.
as a military vassal
I'm not
state to the
British.
USA.
That's a good way of putting it.
We will
Oof.
try to explain why Australia joined the war, how it came to support a US-backed fascist regime in the south of Vietnam.
Wait,
We will
when I
shed
mean
light
it's
on war crimes committed by the Australian military. This is the true story of Australia's war against Vietnam. Our story begins in the late 1950s. The south of Vietnam was under the control of Ngô Đình Diệm, an unelected fascist dictator whose regime was propped up by the United States. As American President Lyndon B. Johnson geared up for war against the north of Vietnam, he rallied allies to join the fight against communism. Around the globe, American diplomats spread warnings about what they called the domino theory, a concept that would shape decades of foreign policy and lead to terrible devastation in Southeast Asia. The domino theory was a cornerstone of Cold War ideology, pushed by American strategists from 1950s all the way through the 1980s. It argued that if one country gave way to communism, its neighbors would follow in quick succession, toppling like a row of dominoes. This idea became a rallying cry for interventionist policies, driving the US and its allies to take drastic measures to contain communism. Today, the domino theory has been told.
Not only contain it, but roll it back.
Mm-hmm.
It was the rollback policy. Yes, the dirty C word.
thinks reactionaries say that would be awesome if true. But back in 1960s, it was an extremely powerful propaganda tool. The US wielded it to instill fear in Western capitalists and the governments they influenced, justifying
Well, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have
Wait,
to like
that was too quick for me. What does that say?
let my ears dry.
Finally, you have broader considerations that might follow what would you call the falling domino principle. So you could have a beginning of a disintegration that would have the most profound influences. 1954, curiously enough, the same year that Dwight D. Eisenhower invades Guatemala.
Yep.
But yeah, we know about the domino theory. Is everyone here familiar with the domino theory and how that was a guiding principle of U.S. foreign policy in the Cold War?
I don't think
era.
Cold War. I don't think I'm familiar. Let me learn something.
So Kate Game says no. So domino theory. What does it mean? It's the fear that communism will spread. It doesn't matter.
Oh, that one.
Small
I knew I'd know the concept. I just didn't know.
I say that with quotes. Like the Soviet
what
Union,
like
huge country,
name was
like
given to it.
That
yeah, of course I know that one.
It was equally as terrifying, no matter where it cropped up in the world, and had to be eradicated. Because what would happen, which is actually kind of true. I mean, I would actually agree. I mean, if you're a capitalist, you would
exactly.
You know, I'd be like very deathly scared of any sort of socialist style revolution happening in the entire world. Yes, because I'm an imperial capitalist. I must control the markets. And,
I mean, capitalism goes hand in hand with racialization, with like white supremacy, with
so you will inspire
feudalism, of course,
in other countries by having a successful socialist.
Of course, they'd be scared.
Wherever the fuck, and you know, eventually, you know, it'll be like a domino. You know, it's one. You know, Guam falls today, the Philippines fall tomorrow. Then it's Latin America, and then pretty much
Speaking of the Philippines, which is where my ancestors all came from. Okay, most of them.
In no time at all. So.
Yeah, I mean, it is a puppet state. It is a puppet state of the U.S. in the same way that like Japan and Korea are
Remember, as we
today.
talked about in a previous stream, there were 3 options that the United States could potentially pursue, as was formulated in policy think tanks like the Council on Foreign Relations in the early 1950s, late 1940s, where they consciously debated and wrote about if we could pursue one of 3 options. We could maintain an isolationist approach. We could do a containment approach, or we could escalate and do a rollback approach. And ultimately, it was decided to be imperial hawks.
Oh, that was the window.
Start
like, what is my...
And be very imperialistic around the world for the whole of the latter half of the
Wait,
20th
what is
century.
this?
To a degree, I think that you don't see in other examples or in other time periods. So
I mean, it was looking good in that like smaller
that was based on the
one,
principle
but
of
like
the domino theory, you know.
Yeah, and this it was looking pretty good, but like
communism could not.
Okay, now it's like noisy, full of noise. Okay, let me turn on.
Aim of stopping communism's spread. Initially, Australia's government hesitated to commit to direct involvement in the war in Vietnam. The United States wanted Australia to fully participate in
I think it's supposed to rain right now, but it's not.
And only offer minimal support early on, sending only 30 military consultants and engineers to the south of Vietnam in 1962. The United
And of course,
States
like
continuously urged the Australian government to offer more support. And after 2 years...
By the way, that makes Kennedy a war criminal. A lot of people like to give Kennedy a pat on the back.
Oh, he is, yeah. Yeah.
You know, he's guilty of invading South Vietnam in the 60s.
In 1964, Australia
But he was.
He greatly ratcheted it up. I think it was started by Eisenhower, but he greatly ratcheted it up in the early 60s.
He did exactly what Biden tried to do. You know, get away with like war crimes. Just that, like, of course, Biden with his like advanced dementia and disabilities, like he couldn't get away with it.
No, it is not an exaggeration to say all U.S. presidents are war criminals. I think they're all guilty.
Oh no, yeah, they are. Every single last one.
So,
all complicit.
Of what the position implies, it
every single one is
if you were to
complicit.
just become president and just maintain the policies of your predecessor, you are then culpable. You don't even have to do anything different. You know, and it's always obviously these people that get the president elected it's the same people, so they have to continue the same policies. Because getting back to it, it's all class war, you know?
Yep.
And class is in session, by the way. Communism, as much as disliked, has not corrupted America or England or Europe. Socialism has, though. I'm not a fan of either in truth. Well, I don't think that I agree with that, okay? I think that you are confused because, you know...
Yeah, socialism is not done. All of that?
I don't think you are accurately decoding what those words mean in the material world. But
oh my, like...
That's typical of a position of a person that is
the lights that I have on are betraying my
You
melanin.
can have a secret third thing that opposes imperial capitalism is a fairy tale thought. You might as well just tell the class.
Look at my hand, it's so like bright white. It's like it belongs to
and the tooth fairy
Casper
too,
the Ghost.
And you probably believe in the miracle book like a good Zionist as well. Maybe I'm being too harsh, right? Maybe I'm being too harsh by saying that you're a
probably not. I mean,
but
okay. I know what he's trying to do.
But it's true, okay? There is no opposition. It's like saying, no, the opposite of positive isn't negative. It's a secret third thing that
He's just like, what?
I'm not going to talk about.
Okay? What third thing?
I'm going by feels and
Secret.
vibes alone. The opposite to black is some other color as yet to be named. Okay,
what?
In the universe.
I mean, white.
J-Jax, let me sit you down, son. Yeah, let me tell you something, okay? Those Hot Wheels you got last Christmas, that wasn't Santa, buddy. That was me.
Oh my God.
Work. And I was compensated for my work. And with that money, I went and bought you some Hot Wheels from Toys R Us.
I know I'm doing this.
You don't do isms at all, says Donald, but what you're saying is an ism. You just have adopted nihilism. That's still an ism, okay? You can't get by, folks, with just saying no to ideology. You can't just swear off ideology. Even trying to do that is an ideology. Don't you understand? It's the thoughts there you can't not have.
I kind of disagree.
Okay?
Only in the sense that ideology is ultimately
what are you gonna say? There's no morals either.
rooted in
swear off morals
white
too?
supremacy.
Anything that
the ideologies that we have today are all because of Europe and Europeans, and them trying to divide the rest of the world from each other.
This guy that I'm an abovist. None of the ideologies apply to me. I'm gonna be
But that's like
as well.
definitely not the
Well,
reasoning that like
and by the way, even
most
being
like
anti-political
especially like white people who have this like
I think
anti-ideology perspective.
help you get through.
That's definitely not their reasoning.
Because you have the ick. It's like saying I'm not gonna believe in gravity because then I'd be a Newtonist. I'd be an Isaac Newtonist, and I don't like that. I don't like being a Newtonist. Okay, so you're going to swear off gravity? Okay, you don't like being called a Marxist, so you're going to just forego dialectical materialism, historical materialism? You're going to forego, like, literal laws of nature because you don't want to subscribe to an ideology? Pull your head out of your arsehole, son. No, because I think even trying to be for the good is an ideology. It's all ideology, and ultimately it's all class ideology. If you want to be good, how can you be for the good in a time of imperial capitalism by saying, I'm not going to I'm not going to support the opposition. You're seeing one war crime after another.
Yep.
And you're saying, well, I don't want to commit to the opposition because I don't want to be part of an ideology. It's just gross. It's also you are succumbing to an ideology. The ideology is liberalism, because you have the privilege of entertaining these enlightened centrist thoughts while people are dying. That itself is an ideology, and you are exhibiting it. And that ideology is liberalism. No, you have to, if you're going to oppose, it's going to be for a reason. And if the reason is just because you want to oppose all ideologies, then that is itself an ideology. It's 100% neoliberalism. Thank you, J-Jax. See, again, conspiracy, I think you have some brain rot that we need to root out. It'd be like if I was a dentist, I see like a bunch of cavities, but I'm looking at your brain and I'm saying, oh, there's the dysfunction. You say political science, how to control millions of people, very socialist. And this is another instance of imagining the consequences of capitalism as the consequences of socialism, or as features of socialism. Okay? Doesn't matter if Newton was an asshole or not. He was the first one to observe this phenomenon called gravity. You know? So no matter what, we live in a world that has to acknowledge that. Because society wouldn't function, you know? And that doesn't mean that we're Newtonists. I do. It starts to reek of capitalist propaganda. Okay, good night, William Jackdaw. Jackdaw. That's a... Sounds like a Tom Clancy novel? I don't know.
To help conquer the north of Vietnam. Australia capitulated, and by the end of 1965, there were about 4,500 Australian troops directly involved in the Vietnam War, along with a huge supplies of Australian airplanes, helicopters, guns, and supplies. Participation in the war was unpopular right from the beginning in Australia. Many Australian civilians were quick to protest and resist the participation of the Australian military in Vietnam, especially once fighting broke out. Australian elections were held in 1966, and many Australian politicians were afraid of backlash due to this.
MF, you never cease to amaze me with your comments. This ideology bad meme reeks of anti-intellectualism. Well done.
Rising tide of anti-war sentiment in public opinion. So it was decided to temporarily...
Oh, look, he's doing the Roman salute. LBJ doing the Roman salute. I can't believe it.
halt the delivery of Australian troops.
Can't believe that shit. That's surprising.
Unfortunately, this pause was little more than a political maneuver, a cynical attempt to placate the Australian public. And the moratorium on involvement in combat with Vietnam only lasted just long enough for Australian politicians to stay in office. Shortly after the elections ended, in November of 1966, Australia immediately resumed its involvement in the Vietnam War. From 1966 to 1972, Australia ramped up its support for the war, sending a steady stream of troops and military equipment to the south of Vietnam.
Yeah, I don't know why the guy is talking about political science in the first place. In the first place. What does that have to do with socialism or capitalism? I mean, remember that we were talking about basically seeing in the opposition the antidote to capitalism. And he wants to talk about some third thing. And I think a lot of people do this. They just like they don't want to be in either camp, and it's like you either be for the genocide or you're against the genocide. Like there's not a third position. You can't, and it's the same thing with capitalism. It's either capitalism or it's socialism. You can't, and if you're going to say that there's a third thing, what you're ultimately doing is apologizing for capitalism, and you're reinforcing and normalizing capitalism because you're shitting on the actual opposition, the material opposition to capitalism. And it's not like there's many different opposites to one thing. Every object has one contradiction. There can't be other. There's not the opposite of light, and that thing is a cow or a hard drive or something. I don't know. I'm just looking around the room, but like, not that there's a cow in my room, but the opposite to light is darkness. It can only be that one thing. Well, like political economies are the same. That political economies within this epoch of class-based society, there's one contradiction. There's the primary contradiction. There are owners and there are workers. And, there's one minority class of property owners, and there's a, majority class of laborers. And in order to have, the overthrow of capitalism, you have to have the overthrow of that class. And the only class that can do that is the working class. The working class has inherited the mantle of human rights, the struggle, the mantle of liberation, the mantle of struggling to have a progression of human rights. And that's where we find ourselves in this day and age. We have to contend with the actual material conditions of our society. What is this JP nonsense, boy McBoy? Oh, your link here.
Next, we get this extraordinary clip, which is one of the most viral from the whole episode.
How you doing?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I guess since you said morality and purpose cannot be found in science, it would just depend on like what you're referencing. If you're saying a description of your psychological preferences would be considered within science, sure, but I don't think that you have to say that it comes from science in order to be like an atheist. As an agnostic atheist, I don't know if God exists, and I don't believe that a God exists. And the only ones that I would really reject would be like the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good, perfect notion of God that plenty of Christians like prescribe themselves. So I guess
how is that relevant to this claim?
You're basing a position of morality and purpose in some like notion of God that isn't the same type of notion of God that typical Christians would prescribe. Your notion of God is
what typical Christians?
Yeah, typically when I talk to Christians, they say that they believe in all-knowing.
How about Cardinal Newman, who defined God as conscience? He's a major influence on all of Catholic social theory. How about that Christian?
So
Who
Peterson's
cares
trying
about
to point out
Catholic
that not everybody defines God in this
social theory?
analytically philosophical manner of all-powerful and all-loving and all-knowing. Instead, it could be something like conscience, or it could be something
Also, why does he
mysterious that we can't
sound like?
comprehend. But it is perfectly legitimate to ask, okay, then, Dr.
Use that again, like
what do you mean?
Kermit the
Are you
Frog?
talking about this kind of God? But Peterson really wants to know, what do we mean by believe?
Sure,
Yeah, right. I was about to say, like, he just likes to be a contrarian. I feel like he just debates the meanings of words. He just crawfishes away. He doesn't actually ever say anything.
Do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
What do you mean by believe?
Do you think it to be true?
What do you mean by believe?
That's a circular definition. What do you mean
How
when
is
you
that
say you
circular?
believe?
How is that circular?
Because you added no content to the answer by substituting the word true and believe.
Okay, pause. I really don't think
The
this is
hell?
a circular definition. except I suppose insofar as all definitions are kind
He's
of
such a bullshit artist.
circular to some degree. I mean, yeah,
I
every
mean,
single
that's why
word
he's
in
a
the
grifter
dictionary ultimately has to be
in the first
defined
place. Like, that
with
is how it
reference to
works.
some other word in the dictionary. So there's some ultimate circularity to definitions. Ultimately, a definition is just putting the same thing in different words.
I think he's being incredibly disingenuous for the sake of,
course he is.
argument, to not be pinned to having a position. He's kind of behaving like some of these enlightened centrists in the chat.
And in defining belief, this guy, Parker, I think his name is, has added the concept of thinking. You have to think it, as well as truth. You think it to be true. I think that does add new information to this word belief, even if that definition is incomplete or is a definition that Jordan Peterson disagrees with. To say that it's circular, I think, is pretty strange.
I said you think it to be true.
Can you imagine, like, just having him as your, I don't know, uncle or something, you having a family dinner, just having small talk? The guy would be insufferable.
So if you believe something, you stake your life on it.
What do you mean by that?
You live for it?
God.
And you die for it. That's what I mean by that.
Okay, so this sounds a bit dramatic. And
Yeah,
without context,
do you
also
think?
extremely strange. And you can see from the facial expression of one of the people reacting that, yeah, this is an odd thing to say. But you know what? And this might surprise you. I kind of actually agree with Jordan Peterson here, and I think I understand the point he's trying to make. I'm not sure, but I'll try to clarify it. Peterson always likes to point out that people often say they believe things, but when it comes to looking at their actions, they don't act in accordance with the things they say that they believe, which means they probably don't really believe those things. For example, if I said to you that I believe totally that it's not going to rain today, but then you saw me pick up an umbrella on my way out of the door, what would you think? You'd probably think that I was either just lying to you, or that maybe I thought I kind of believed it, but in my heart of hearts, I don't really. So what you really
What the fuck?
is not just what you say you believe, or even maybe what you think you believe, but what you act out. What do your actual behaviors point to?
This guy's not saying anything.
It isn't something that's associated with logical consistency. It's not declarative. It's not propositional. It's not a figment of your imagination. It's the
The hell?
presupposition of your attention and your action.
But why does Peterson say that you stake your life on it?
The presupposition of your attention and your action.
Okay, yeah, no. Actually, actual things are happening. Let's. Ooh. Actual things are happening, including that weird thing with my audio. Great. I love it. I watched that for later.
Salas, I'm proudly the Executive Director of CHIRLA, the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights.
Woo.
I'm also incredibly proud to be part of the Los Angeles Raids Rapid Response Network. Many of its volunteers and organizational leaders are here today. And I just want to say that there's an immense gratitude in my heart to all of you who have stood up in this moment. I'm a very proud Mexican immigrant. But before I'm an immigrant, before I'm Mexican, American, I'm a child of God. And each one of you are children of God. And all the people who have been detained.
Well, I guess everyone there is like a minister or something.
Who have been
I guess that is the audience for that.
They are children of God. And see, as children of God, we are called to create heaven on earth. And in heaven on earth, there is no immigration status, there is no citizenship, there's only love.
See, that ain't wrong. It ain't wrong.
So we must, through our actions, through speaking up for our brothers and sisters, we must demonstrate that we are creating a new world, a new Los Angeles, a Los Angeles where we all can live free. I want to share a story of the hundreds that have come through our hotline as family members are seeking to find their loved ones. I want you to know that as organizations, we have yet to have access to provide legal representation to all the people who have been detained. Many of them, we don't know where they are. I want to share the story of Lydia. Lydia is desperately seeking information about her husband, Santos Larios Garcia, who was detained by immigration enforcement at his workplace, Ambiance. He has not been seen or heard of since. The last contact was a disconnected phone call at 3 a.m. in the morning. No one has been able to reach him since. The call she had lasted 1 minute. Santos has no prior record. He's a hard-working man who has lived in the U.S. since 2015. His wife shared that morning he kissed his 2 young children goodbye before heading to work. Lydia, who is 6 months pregnant, is terrified. The entire family is in emotional distress. Lydia was not born in the U.S., but her brother, Javier, is a lawful permanent resident. The family is doing everything they can to locate Santos and ensure his safety. He is from Guatemala.
I mean, 3 a.m.
There are hundreds of people who are
This literally sounds like
ask a prayer from you to all of them.
what happened with the desaparecidos
I need your prayer
in Argentina, in Chile,
provide our people
even in the Philippines.
due process. Return them to their family. Return them to their neighborhoods.
Like, those folks were never found again. And knowing that ICE literally fabricates its data,
So you can count on that prayer. We put
they're probably not gonna be able to account for every single person who they have detained.
What love looks like in public. So we are here praying in public and working in public. And with that, it is a great honor to welcome here to
I
the
completely
stage
forgot to
somebody
change
who
the
represents
text.
our public, Mayor Karen Bass.
Oh, yikes. Karen Bass, okay. Hope she's gonna say something.
Good evening, everybody that is here today. When I look out at this crowd, this represents the beauty of our city. Everywhere, everybody represented, everybody standing together, because we stand together, and our message is to stop the raids. That has to end.
I hope so.
We cannot create the sense
But
of
why
fear
curfews
in
for
families.
the
Maybe I shouldn't go to
protesters?
school. Maybe I shouldn't go to work. Maybe I should just sit here. Maybe I shouldn't go to my appointment that I have papers for and I am legal and I go to report on an annual basis and I find out that somebody else was detained. Maybe I shouldn't do that. We cannot accept the uncertainty that has been created in this environment here today, led by the leadership in Washington, D.C. We cannot accept that. It must end. And let me just say that years ago, I saw families' separation up close and personal. I was in McMillan, Texas. I saw those children when they were being reunited with their parents, the toddlers. They went to see their mothers and their fathers came to talk to them, and the kids were in shock because they didn't know what to do. The trauma that those kids experienced then will be trauma that will carry them throughout their lives. And the fear that is happening now, if your mother, if your father, if your brother, if your spouse was detained, that fear of not being able to find them, not knowing where they're going, not knowing if they're going to another country, maybe a country that they are completely unfamiliar with, this should not be the policy of our nation. I'd like to ask you to join me in a prayer. Eternal God, in these days of great challenge for our city, state, and country, we turn to you for guidance and strength. You are our present help in the time of trouble. We pray for our city and neighboring cities as we face an unprecedented moment to obey the law of the land while protecting the lives of Angelenos who seek to earn an honest living, educate and care for their young, and live in peace and freedom. A city of many peoples is our Los Angeles. Many religions, traditions, from many places, many languages and backgrounds to live together, a marvelous mosaic where even our differences are part of our strength. We value the worth and dignity of every person. May we recognize in Los Angeles this evening that it is our refusal to give in to violence and retaliation. And with that, we will stick together. We will not allow anyone to divide us. We will fight for all Angelenos, regardless of when they came here, where they were from, or how they got here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary Bass. We will now lift up that prayer and that power in song. I invite Aquilina Soriano from PWC to come lead us in sacred song.
I know she is Filipina.
Hello everyone, magandang gabi
I knew it.
sa inyong lahat. My name is Aki Soriano. I'm the Executive Director of the Filipino Workers Center, and I want to offer this song, which is from the Civil Rights Movement, Sweet Honey in the Rock, Ella's song. We who believe in freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. Until the killing of black men, black mother sons, is as important as the killing of white men, white mother sons. We who believe in freedom cannot rest or we who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. And that which touches me most is that I've had a chance to work with people, passing on to others that which was passed on to me. We who believe in freedom cannot rest. We who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. The older I get,
Thank you, Aquilina.
Can I say something here though? Because they would choose the Filipino to do the singing. I'm just saying. I do not have the Filipinos like good singing gene. It always makes me like jealous.
The beloved community belongs to divine oneness. In that oneness, all become victory. I am the daughter of Punjabi Sikh farmers who made California home 112 years ago.
Yep.
And Los Angeles has been my home for the last 21 years. When I was a little girl, my grandfather taught me the story of my ancestors in the Sikh tradition, how they overcame authoritarian regimes that tried to annihilate them.
Yep.
They became Sant Sipahi, sage warriors. The sage sees through the eyes of love. The warrior puts that love into action. We have all become sage warriors now. To Lydia and Santos and Mario and all of our immigrant families, we see you, we love you, we will not leave your side. We will make our body a shield for yours. We will weave threads of care and protection around you. We will alchemize our grief and rage to defend you. We will let your love make us brave. Revolutionary love is the choice to see no stranger, to leave no one outside of our circle of care. And so, to the agents and the soldiers in the streets, you can come at us with your batons. You can burn us with your tear gas. You can throw flashbang grenades at us to make us shake and cry, and I have cried in those streets. You could even lift your rifles and aim them at us, but you cannot make us hate you. You do not have that power. We will choose to see your humanity even when you deny us ours. We will block your actions with one hand, and we will have the audacity to extend the other hand so that you might take it, or your children one day might take it, because the brief high that comes from domination is nothing compared to the infinite love and joy of true community. And so to all of us, this is about more than resistance. This is about lifting up a dream of the world that could be, where you see my child as yours and I see yours as mine. Our dream is more powerful than their nightmare. So let us practice the world we want in the space between us, and we will never be defeated. The front line is not only this street, it is our home, our classroom, our court, our kitchen table, our hearts, our imagination, and they can never destroy that. No number of drones or helicopters can scare us into submission, because our revolution is a revolution of love, and that revolution is everywhere we are. So we will be brave with our love. Say it with me. We will be brave with our love. When they come for us in the midnight hour, we will be brave with our love. When they try to get us to react, we will be brave with our love. When they divide the world into us and them, we will be brave with our love. We will build a bigger we, and our love, our revolutionary love, will birth the world to come. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh.
Our next speaker is very brave with his love. Del Centro de Vida Victoriosa, doy la bienvenida Pastor Carlos Rincon.
Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if, like, I if my family was able to stay in LA, because they were undocumented at the time, and so they left for, you know, different parts of the country until they could finally get their papers, and then we just ended up staying here after they got their papers. I feel like I probably would have been like, maybe not more open-minded, but like maybe less insecure. He's like, you know, these folks are amazing. Not to say that there aren't like amazing people here in like Houston. It's just that it's different. Like, you know, diversity is like the norm there and has been the norm there for a while. It is the norm here too, but only like ever since like demographic changes beginning in the 80s. So it hasn't been that long where diversity has been like a huge thing here. Of course, you wouldn't be able to if you were like looking at an ad for Houston, because every single one is like diversity, diversity, diversity.
Un reino donde la dignidad no depende de un papel. Un reino donde los más pequeños son abrazados y no son rechazados. Gracias por la fuerza de nuestra unidad de la comunidad, por los abuelos sabios, por los trabajadores valientes, por los niños que aún sueñan, por los jóvenes que aún levantan su voz con esperanza. Danos, Señor, coraje para defender la vida. Unidad para resistir en paz y amor para responder con compasión. Creemos que Los Ángeles no está solo. Creemos que tú estás con nosotros y creemos que tu reino siga avanzando aún en medio del dolor. En el nombre del Dios que yo amo, en el que caminó con los marginados y que abrazó al extranjero. Oramos todos unidos con fe en esta tarde. Dios les bendiga. Amén.
Valiente en su amor, valiente en su amor. It is good when we are asked to stand with others. It is good when others stand with us. We want to recognize a few other elected officials who have showed up today, just to recognize their presence, their support, their prayer with us here this evening. I'd like to recognize LA Councilmember Eunices Hernandez for being here with us today. And also with us today is former Stockton Mayor Michael Tubbs. Oh, and Supervisor Harley Mitchell is with us as well. Thank you very much. She's tall enough, I should have seen her over there. I'm sorry. Next, we have another story, a story from a family directly affected, a person who witnessed one of these raids. Mercedes Nava, representing the Community Coalition, is here with us tonight.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Mercedes Nava y soy una miembro de Quality Commission.
Hello, my name is Mercedes Nava and I'm a member of Community Coalition.
Yo quiero contar esta historia que en el mes de febrero, esperando el bus a las 7 de la mañana, habíamos dos personas nada más en la parada.
I want to tell the story of a time in the bus station. There were two of us sitting at the bus station.
Cuando venía una camioneta blanca que se paró enfrente de la parada y atrás la camioneta. Cuando se bajan los policías a bajar a las personas.
At 7 a.m., a white truck came out and two officers stepped out of the truck and...
Y eran dos jóvenes, el que venía manejando, uno atrás, los bajaron Inmediatamente los esposaron. Entonces mis pies empezaron a temblar y mi corazón palpitaba muy fuerte.
When they grabbed the folks, my heart began to beat very deeply and my knees began to shake.
Porque se empezaron a bajar dos jovencitas, la esposa de uno de ellos, y bajó una bebita como de un mes.
It was two young women and a baby of about a month old.
Al ver yo eso, yo dije, pueden ser mis hijas, pueden ser mis nietas.
And I thought those could be my children, those could be my nieces.
Sí, porque no hay otra patrulla si no nos recogen a nosotros dos que estábamos esperando el bus.
Maybe if there were another truck coming, they might pick up the rest of us waiting for the bus.
Yo me pongo así que al frente, la brecha por mis hijos, por la juventud y por la niñez. Por eso estoy aquí parada con firmeza.
I'm here for my children, for their children, for all children.
Ayer tengo una junta aquí en donde yo me reúno con ellos.
I went to a meeting yesterday where we get together.
Yo les dije que fuéramos valientes.
I told them that we will be brave.
Porque Jesús va delante de nosotros y Él nos da la victoria.
Because Jesus walks in front of us and will give us our victory.
Y tomemos el estandarte. ¿Cuál estandarte? Como padres, como abuelos. Si estamos preocupados, si estamos tensos, pero que nuestros hijos no nos vean cobardes, sino que nos vean valientes.
Yes, we are parents and grandparents, but our children will not see us as cowards. They will see us as brave.
Y este mensaje es para el presidente, que sepa que los inmigrantes pagamos impuestos, trabajamos hasta 2 trabajos.
Take this to the president. We work hard. We work 2 jobs.
No nos ganamos el dinero fácilmente.
We don't make easy money.
Pero que sí respetamos que también pagamos muchos impuestos.
We pay a lot of taxes.
Este mensaje es para todos. Tomemos el estandarte del valor para dejarles un mejor futuro para los jóvenes, los niños y los que vienen.
This is a message to take a stand for our kids, for their kids, and for those yet to come.
God bless you. I love you.
Our next speaker is one of the more powerful women and mothers that I've ever met in my life. I welcome here to the stage Reverend Rajuma Smith.
I kept getting the question, why are you here? And I kept reflecting on Luke chapter 4, verse 18 and 19, where it says, the Spirit of the Lord is on me because He has anointed me to proclaim the good news to the poor. He has sent me to proclaim freedom for the prisoners and the recovery of sight for the blind, to set the oppressed free, and proclaim the year of the Lord's favor. Luke 4, 18 and 19 are not mere words that were read aloud in your service, but they are words of an official mandate for the work of the Spirit. That the purpose of the Spirit is for the very work that you and I are doing right now. For the work and service that we are being called into today. The purpose for the Spirit is for the work of healing all that is unwell. The purpose of the Spirit is for to restore what has been lost and where there is lack. The purpose of Spirit is for the work of setting captives free. And the purpose of Spirit is for the work of uplifting the oppressed. The purpose of Spirit is for the work of righteousness and holiness. The purpose of Spirit is for God to use us in the way that we are being used right now. And I believe Spirit is in this place. And that this is the right place. And it is the right time. This is the right place. And this is the right time. The Spirit of the Lord is in this place. And we're in the right place at the right time. So here is the prayer.
Let's give this place.
Let's give it up one more time, Reverend Juma. I wasn't lying about her being a powerful mom. I don't get this many people in front of me often, but I, at the Lord's Mission, always do this with our kids. And we are coming nearer to the end of our program here tonight. But if you have heard something tonight from one of the stories or one of the prayers on stage, if you have seen somebody here today that has moved you, I want you just to repeat after me. I see you. I feel you. I'm with you. And I love you. Amen. I now call off to the stage Joseph McKellar, Executive Director of People California, and Zach Hilbert, Director of LA Voice.
Yes, Zach. Repeat after me. Say, I believe. I believe that we. I believe that we will win. 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 Give yourselves a round of applause, everybody. If you believe families are sacred, si creen ustedes que las familias son sagradas, levanta la mano. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Keep your hand raised if you love your abuelita. I love my abuelita. She was an immigrant from Culiacan, Mexico. She brought us to this country, my family, to plant seeds for a better future. And she taught me that church is not the place you go to. Church is the place you go from. We want to commit ourselves and we want to invite you to join us, making the church the place we go from every Wednesday in the month of June. Every Wednesday in the month of June, we are going to have a Caminata por la Familia, a walk for our families, a walk for family unity. We're going to have it beginning at La Placita to City Hall every Wednesday in the month of June from 6 to 7 o'clock. So we want to invite you next Wednesday. Put this on your calendar. Put it in your phone. Wednesday, June 18th at 6 o'clock, be at La Placita. And be a sign of hope and faith that we will win. Reverend Zach. Thank you, William. Buenas noches, buenas tardes todos. I'm so overwhelmed with joy at seeing us all here and knowing what's possible when God wants to use us for God's purposes. My job is to give us a few words about our spiritual next steps. So you can show up for the march, but if you don't stay prayed up, you're not going to last in this fight. If you don't stay prayed up, you're not going to last in this fight. So I want to encourage each of you, every single one here, we have a responsibility to ourselves and to each other to figure out what is the spiritual practice, whatever it is for you, whether it's prayer, meditation, being with friends and family, cooking, riding your bicicleta like I do, whatever it is, you have to make time to do more of it right now. I know we all feel called to show up, to do more. Trust us, we have not stopped for a few days now, but we have to make time, or because they just want to wear us down, guys.
True.
We all know it. So what is our job? Resistir. To resist, to have endurance, to stay in it, to know that we are not going to get there tomorrow or maybe the day after, but we are going to get there. We are going to get there. But only if you promise that you're going to pray and you're going to be with people and you're going to support each other and you're going to ask for what you need and you're going to be honest with each other. And we got to keep telling the truth, y'all. They do not tell the truth. Our job is
They
to
do
tell
not.
the
They're
truth.
always
They're witness to the truth. Don't tell
liars.
everybody what you saw tonight. Tell them the stories you heard from families. Tell them the nonviolence that you experienced, the power of it, what our love can do. You got to go share that story. And I always say something to my white people because I love you and I'm white.
We have a special
They
spiritual
just
responsibility to continue to get free ourselves from this crap that's been put in us. And we got to free other white people to get alongside all our other siblings and get in the fight with them.
Exactly.
If you're white like me, go get some more white people. Get them praying with you. Bring them to something they can come to and take them where they're at, not from where you want them to be.
Yep.
Okay, can we do this, y'all? Can we do this, y'all? God is with us. We just can't lose.
So I thank you all for being here this evening. We will have a closing prayer at this moment and then a few more logistical instructions and some more song and singing, because that song fills our hearts and souls to do the spiritual work that Reverend Zach is just calling us to. And so for our closing prayer this evening, I invite Bishop Taylor forward.
God be with you. Oremos. Holy God, Ice-T said it best.
Wow, okay.
Ice-T said that Los Angeles is a microcosm of the United States. If LA falls, the country falls. So we're here tonight to lift up our city on a cloud of prayer. Multicultural, polylingual, pluralistic. Los Angeles is America the beautiful, the most American city of them all, and by your grace, it will not fall. We're here tonight to beseech you, gracious God, to lift the city of angels on the wings of angels. But some people have a problem with LA. 40 states have smaller populations than Los Angeles County. That's pretty scary to some people, God, and you know that. We know how people act when they're scared. And we, your faithful servants, we know how we're supposed to act in these scary times. First, we pledge to be faithful witnesses. We can resist unjust authority without lifting a hand against our neighbor. These federal troops coming to Los Angeles, God, you know the mayor had it under control. But it's not the soldiers and Marines' fault. They're not
Oh wow, there were protests in Omaha.
These are brave United
of all
States
places.
volunteers. But some people have a problem
Like
with
this
LA.
has the entire country mobilized.
Heavenly Father, we're not going to give them their narrative of violence. And we beseech you to still the hand of anyone tempted to use violence against anyone who protests peacefully. God of mercy, we're also going to tell the story about our neighbors who are undocumented workers. Our friends being taken from their places of honest labor, ripped from the arms of their families and their churches. 13 million of them nationwide, paying their taxes, caring for those they love, part of the foundation of the United States economy. We're going to sound the trumpet of truth, gracious God. These workers are members of our congregations, our temples, mosques, and fellowships. We're going to lift them up by telling their story and by proclaiming that the time has come for our politicians at last, after a century of argument, to regularize their status.
Mm-hmm.
While restoring to their families
Abso-fucking-lutely.
every soul that has been taken in these cruel workplace raids.
Yeah. I mean, of of all the types of all the places where you could
And you are the eternity of love toward which we are all bound. When our politics reward
where you could arrest somebody, like their place of work, really.
When people talk about the separation of church and state, we're just going to get out the Bill of Rights. We're going to point to the First Amendment and proclaim that there shall be no separation of church and state.
Literally just like a bunch of cowardice.
Kings and presidents obey the divine law of love. By your grace, gracious God, Los Angeles will not fall. Los Angeles will rise. And by its example, Los Angeles will help draw this whole land closer and closer to the gates of your kingdom of justice and love. And the people say, Amen.
Thank you, Bishop Taylor. Before our closing song to lift us up and to send us onward in music, I invite another good friend, Rabbi Susan from Nefesh, to give us a few instructions for what comes next.
It is so beautiful to be with all of you today, and I just want to say how moved I am by all of our leaders here. Such beautiful leaders. What a city we have. What a city we have. But these are our leaders of faith who respond to the call. And I also say even more, look around at all of you. What leaders you are. What leaders you all are. We all are together. Please take a moment and look around. What a beautiful gathering this has been. I want to invite you to think about
Like they were supposed to clap.
what we have been called to do. We know that when we hear a story or a testimony of great pain, as we witnessed tonight and took in, that then means we are called. We are beholden. We are responsible. It is why our bodies do an immediate try to turn away when there is something that is hard to hear or to see. Because we know once we receive it, we are beholden. We are called. We are responsible. So I want you to take a moment and think what you're going to do in the next day with what you just heard. Is there a neighbor you're going to reach out to ask how you can help? Is there an action you can commit to going? What are you going to do in the next day to respond and be responsible to what you just heard? Prayer, as we have asked to do, whether or not you are a person who has a connection to the divine, who has a deep connection to humanity, prayer moves us to walk and talk in the world. Susanna Heschel recalled when her father came back, her father Abraham Joshua Heschel came back from the march in Selma. He said, for many of us, the march from Selma to Montgomery was about protest and prayer. Legs are not lips, and walking is not kneeling, and yet our legs uttered songs. Even without words, our march was worship. I felt my legs were praying. So prayer is what we say in our words and in our heart, and prayer is also, friends, what we do. So in a moment, this beautiful rally will officially end. With the song, it will be the ending of this rally. And for those who would like to, we have seen in the last few days since Friday that a presence of faithful witness has been so important outside the detention center. For folks to know that they are not alone, for us to respond to what the family said about don't just come in good times, come all the time. So for those who would like to, of your own free will and of no obligation, we are going to walk down to the detention center. We do not know what is going to be there, what will be unfolding, but we come in peace and in nonviolence. And we have found that when we have been in peace and nonviolence, we have both been able to confront the injustice and to keep it peaceful. There are no extra points for any of this. This is not a hierarchy of what some people do and what other people do. It is fine to go home, to take care of yourself, to pray, to take care of your loved ones, to check in on your neighbors if they need some food or support right now. That is a beautiful thing to do. And if you feel called now to join in this walk, you are welcome to do so. May we all be filled with love and compassion. May we know that those ideas are beautiful as concepts and made real in how we act in each and every moment of our lives.
Let us move Los Angeles. Let us move Los Angeles. Let's take care of each other. Let us get our families back and let's send a clear message. We don't need the military here. This is our city.
Thank you, Rabbi Susan. When I became a Jesuit, I entered the Jesuit novitiate, and the first thing our novice master said to us is, "You are free to go." The next thing he said is, "You are only truly free to go if you are also free to stay."
True.
And so tonight, as Rabbi Susan just said so beautifully, you are free to stay, to walk with us, but you are also free to go, that we all make our decisions tonight in freedom. We committed at the beginning of this service. Some of you were just getting here, so I would like just to repeat a commitment that we made to one another, to the native peoples of this land. We committed to honor this place, to care for it, and to care for one another. We committed to walk and pray and breathe together tonight in nonviolence. If we still commit to that principle of care and nonviolence, can I get an amen? Can I get another one? Can I get a third? I'd like to introduce just briefly, Rabbi Susan was here, and Reverend Eddie Anderson, another good friend, who has walked many of these miles, who know these streets better than anybody I know, who will help guide our clergy religious leaders. The religious leaders here on stage will lead this Caminata por la Paz, will lead this walk down Temple Street to the federal building on Los Angeles, I believe is where we're headed. We will walk there in peace. We can walk there in song. I ask everyone please to allow these two banners that we have here on stage, which say what we want to say. Families are sacred. Repeat that, please. Families are sacred. Familia es sagrada.
Familia
At
es
all times as we make this walk, the religious leaders will
sagrada.
bring us out here
Okay.
to Temple Street. If you would like to walk with us, you can follow along, always following the direction, instruction of Eddie, Rabbi Susan at any time. A
Right.
reminder, the city has put a curfew in downtown
Yeah.
starting tonight at 8 p.m.
8 p.m.
We will walk.
So that
Everybody, can we light our candles?
that is in about
Everybody.
wow, 8 p.m. in LA is actually still like daytime.
Alright, can y'all
That's
sing
crazy.
with me a little bit? My name's K.O. from the Church Without Walls and Creating Justice Los Angeles. Cast a Q.
And yeah, the mayor was actually in this exact rally just like
Little ditty. I walk in the spirit. I walk in
a few or like maybe an hour ago.
the darkest hours of night, and I call on my ancestors to my left and my right to walk with me, to walk with me. I walk in the spirit, I walk in the light. Say that. I walk through the darkest hours of night.
Come this way.
And I call on my ancestors to my left and my right. To my left and my right. To walk with me, to walk with me.
I wonder if I did my homework incorrectly. Ooh.
Hey, I'm gonna try to talk as we walk. I think the shotgun mic should be able to pick this up. And try to get to the front of the.
Wait, no, I don't think I did. No, because it didn't count. Did not ask this specific question. This is for a different part of the homework, or well, like homework based on the homework. My program is weird.
People can let's keep walking fast. You don't have to focus on me. Nobody needs to see you. Like, hey everybody, hopefully you can hear me. Jordan, call if you can.
We haven't gotten our notebook yet. Okay. Well, that's why I don't know the code. I mean, I really wonder what's gonna happen here. Just because it's like this rally was attended by the mayor of LA. But like, who knows, are they actually going to be met with kindness? Well, I don't know. And this really might not be the expectation. I mean, they're in there for the sake of justice, of course. But it's kind of concerning. I mean, obviously, this is a very religious coded demonstration, but yeah. I mean, it's not like conservatives who showed the best in what religion can offer. It's these types of people.
That's it. Lord, prepare me to be a sanctuary, pure and holy, tried and true, with thanksgiving. I'll be a living, that's it,
Yeah, they're right here.
They're right here. If you want to, you can go.
Hidden true. I remember those times all those years ago when I used to have to be forced to go to church. It's like one of the songs that I remember. It kind of stopped me in my tracks a little bit. Okay, and I definitely calculated like did the wrong thing. Oh wait, no, wait. I need to do predictions. Data science.
Everywhere I go,
Hopefully you can hear me better now. Tina Desiree.
Oh.
We were ending with the faith rally, the anti-faith rally. We now marched here to join the existing ralliers who have out here every night. You see behind me, that is California Highway Patrol and the National Guard. So the faith base, they're marching up here now. I don't know if they're going to let them in. Why don't we turn and look at that for a minute?
Why does my stream cam make me look so pale? Oh boy. I mean, it's crazy that they're all, like, wearing masks. They look literally like soldiers. And they're just supposed to be cops, like, what? Yep, don't bite the hands that feed you. Immigrants are the backbone of this country. Absolutely. Hmm. Yep. I mean, I think at this point, like, the entire country is with LA on this. I'm praying. Oh.
We are dealing with spiritual warfare. Our city is under attack by the president and his troops.
Yep.
So we must take a knee and pray that God, the Creator, would intervene on the people's behalf. We must pray. Our city is
They should have given him that megaphone like a long time ago.
everybody is free and no human is illegal.
Yep. Nobody is illegal on stolen land.
Where are the families? When will they be reunited with their families? We demand that they be reunited now, here in Los Angeles, in our city of angels. For we know that God is on our side. Don't allow the evils of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue to use you anymore.
Now is a moment for peace. Peace and nonviolence. We want to make it very clear in our voices and with our mouths that the way that things have changed throughout all of human history is through nonviolent resistance that is determined and continues. We have clergy on their knees in front of you. We know you might be scared, but you also do not have to comply with what you're being told to do. We know that you are human beings with hearts and faith traditions and families. And we ask you to think about the
Man, I understand the strategy.
and we ask for you
But these people lost their humanity a while ago.
we pray for all of us who are here in the streets. We know why we are here. We do not feel afraid because our purpose is clear. It is love, it is care for each other, and it is forgetting the families who've been taken violently away back. So in a moment after our prayers are complete, as a group of faith, we are going to walk this way around the building because there are people being held on the back side of the building. Yes, there is military here, but our biggest message is to tell the families that they are not alone. We are with them. So in that spirit and energy of nonviolence, we are going to say our prayers here, and if clergy you have not begun your prayers, we ask you now to begin praying. And when you have completed your prayers, we are going to walk around the backside so that the families know that we are here.
So basically, I don't know what's going to happen next because. Yeah, no. So basically, where they're saying they're going to walk to on the backside of the building, I'm going to show you in a minute. There are multiple lines of CHP officers. They've had it blocked off. They say they're going to march this way to get around to the backside of the building. I don't think that the officers are going to let them through. I don't know how long they're going to push this, but we're going to walk over there and find out. But I also wanted to mention about the CHP because people had been asking about this, and I don't know if you could hear me earlier. The reason the CHP have been the ones in the streets, clearing the streets with tear gas, is because the LAPD is not allowed to use tear gas. So whenever they want to use tear gas, they either have to call in the LA Sheriff's Department or the CHP because both of those agencies are allowed to do it. So that's why we saw last night the CHP do what they were doing over in Little Tokyo. They're still praying over there. One thing else I wanted to mention, they've been talking about how the flashpoint for this was these families are being detained in the basement currently. They're still there. So basically these are individuals, some of them, or most of them,
I think I finished this part of my homework.
Check-in, which is the lawful way to go about getting your immigration. You have to come in for your check-ins. And when they came in for their check-ins, doing the right thing by the rules,
Exactly.
they were detained by ICE.
Like that's entrapment.
On top of it, to add insult to injury, I family members to say, come pick up your loved one, and then when the family members showed up, they detained them as well. So currently there's
That's
over
fucked
100
up.
people in the basement of the detention center behind us. Now let's go back and see what's going on. I guess maybe not.
I mean, honestly, that's like the degree of state violence that's been normalized, but then again, you know, don't get it twisted. Standing Rock happened under Obama. Oh, what happened here? On my hard drive, almost fell. Okay, so I'm done with this one quiz. I'm just gonna get my just gonna get like a review in tomorrow before I submit. And then I have all these other quizzes to do. What are they saying? Love the shirt.
People, and we will hold you accountable if you commit illegal acts. This is a peaceful protest. We will not stand silent while our friends and family and neighbors are kidnapped, taken without due process to a different country. And if you defend that act, you are a fascist. You are a Nazi. And you will be held accountable. You work
I really hope so. I just don't really know if I have that much hope in this American society at this point.
So this is the back of the detention center right now behind me here.
Ah.
You see a line of the CHP and the freeway entrance. This is where they got into a battle. This is one of the overpasses. They also occupied that one and then two up here. On the back side,
Oh yeah, I heard that there was like
I want you to put 8 and pan to this.
a huge flash like yesterday in LA.
So we're gonna just keep following this march and see what happens. Although there's some protesters coming up this way, I don't know what they are. Right here, hang on, let's go over here.
lethal weapons. They're not gonna hurt you.
I don't know if I should keep watching.
CHP, we're part of California. We're rabbis, we're priests. We want the families to know that they're not alone. We want them to know we're praying for them.
Like, why do they have guns drawn? Like, I live in Texas. I know what a gun looks like. And we already know, like... I know you're not supposed to have guns, like, right up there in front of people.
One step back. They start getting agitated. One step back.
They're bringing more troops up there. So
Across the bridge there?
these are all new troops.
Step back. Step back. Step back. Please, step back. Let us spray y'all.
Our ancestors we could do love and compassion. We could do bravery. We stand with our children.
What side are you on? All of that.
The children we are laboring for their future. A world of dignity and belonging and love.
The people who are close to them are the media.
The people in that building are our brothers. They are our sisters. They are our children. Our love is more powerful than those walls. Our love is more powerful than those bars. Our love is more powerful than those cages. Our love will reverberate far and wide through this city and into the future. Our love makes us brave. Amen. We all have a choice about what to do with our lives. The question is not, what will you do? It is, who do you want to be? That's right. Who do you want to be in this moment in history? Let's everybody please step back from her as she's praying. We know that your heart is strong.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of cameras there.
Yourself feel all of it. Our empathy is our strength. Our compassion is our shield. Our love is what makes us brave. Beautiful. We're going to do the sanctuary song. My granddaughter's song prayer, the Shabbat, is called
Oh wait, no, those aren't guns, those are, batons though.
He sang this as he escaped the genocide in 1984 in Delhi. He sang this to me as a little girl. I sing it to you now. And this song prayer, brother, you know what it means?
Oh, that cop really wants to, like, cause trouble.
More bodies coming. You are shielded by love. Okay? We're going to sing Lord Prepare.
Like, all the dude was doing was taking a photo. What the fuck? No, I mean, like, nobody's being violent. What the fuck was that? I mean, for that matter, I remember, like, a few hours ago, me on the stream earlier, like, watching some of that footage in Atlanta. What happened to them? Yeah, they technically got a curfew now, right? Or in a minute.
Yeah, we're gonna go this way. We are going to homes in faith and prayer and in hope for the reunification of our families. Let us go in peace. Let us pray with our feet. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, they gotta go to, like, a part of the city where there's no, curfew in effect. I'm guessing maybe that part has one. And of course, it's ironic because the mayor herself is actually in this. She was actually in this exact rally earlier when it was at a different location.
So, I want to interview these individuals. Please introduce yourself first. Get closer with the mic.
Brian, can I say where I work or no?
You probably should not know.
Absolutely. All right. Tell us a little bit about who you are and why you're here at the rally tonight.
My name
Unless
is
it's like an
Sasha Perry.
advocacy
I am
group.
a rabbinic student and the community organizer at Nefesh, a progressive Jewish spiritual community
Okay.
in
I
Echo
guess you
Park.
can.
Oh, right on.
And my name is Reverend Ashley Heastan, and I am the pastor of Mount Hollywood United Church of Christ, which is a progressive Protestant church in East Hollywood.
So, you had a speaker earlier tonight
Makes
who was
sense.
talking about some of the detained family members who are here in the basement right now, the way that they
Yeah.
were swiped up by ICE and they're being held down there. What are your thoughts on that as somebody, I mean, I know you've got thoughts as a member of the faith community. Clearly this is really cruel. It's not healing the world. I'm one of the...
It's really not.
I'm Jewish too, so... clearly they're not healing the world, but what are your thoughts on this?
You're probably more, do you want to take this first? Because that's a...
It's a
what is
very
there to
loaded
think
question,
about this
yeah.
other than it's disgusting. Yeah. It's inhumane. It's not anything that has anything to do with safety for anybody. No one is being protected by people being snatched in the middle of the night or the middle of the
Exactly.
day from their job.
They're just
And
like,
I'm tired of this model
what,
citizen
day laborers?
idea that people have to work
People
many
who
jobs
are
and
literally
pay
going through
taxes
the
in order to be
process,
protected in
literally,
their immigrant
like legally.
status. Everyone that is here has the right to be
are being taken walking their kids to school. We have people who have stopped going to school. We have people that have stopped going to grocery stores because they're afraid that they're going to come home to an empty house. And that is not acceptable.
No,
not
it's
just on
not.
a theological, religious, spiritual level, on a humanity level. It is not acceptable.
Exactly.
And the fact that these people are here protecting anyone that is doing that
Yep.
is even more disgusting to watch.
Yeah,
It is.
It indeed is, right? You have to wonder what they think about all this. They're obviously at some level okay with it because they're not quitting their jobs. What ICE is doing is not constitutional.
I'm going home, to be honest with you.
Wait, but
I have none because I
you want to answer what do you think about this first? Yeah.
I mean, what Sasha said, and also, you know, I follow a God however you want, whatever name you use for her, that does not know borders, that does not know walls, that does not know boundaries. She
Yep.
carries the flame of justice, and we're here to say not ICE today, no ICE tomorrow, no ICE in the future. Yes. Yeah. And say it loudly.
Yep.
And especially, you know, white supremacy, capitalism, the empire wants to divide us, but we're here to say no, we are stronger together. All of our different faith traditions, what carries through is love and justice. And so, yeah, that's why we're here today.
So the next question I have
Actually,
is, we got
everyone's getting pinned in, so I would
Oh,
be,
alright.
just so be careful. But I will also just add that since we're bringing your beautiful faith teaching, as you know, in Jewish tradition, the idea is that all humans are created B'Tselem Elohim, in the image of the Creator. Whatever that means to you, which means that all of us deserve the same treatment and deserves the same freedom. Immigration, freedom of movement is an absolute Jewish value, and in order
Yep.
for the Jewish community to feel like they're living up to their Jewish values, they need to be out here with us. They need to be protecting their neighbors and their community from being taken away from their families. And now we're gonna go
Thank
before
you,
we.
thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, I actually did want to talk to these individuals because obviously they're trying to start a more peaceful response to the violence that's been going on the last few nights. I don't know if that could be a successful method or not, but here's the thing. There's a lane for everybody in a movement. This is their lane. You have others that are like, no, we can't win that way. We have to like start a revolution, fight back. There's a lane for those. So however you go about
That's true.
trying
That's
to
true.
change the course of what's happening, that's your lane. So this is the detention center. I wanted to touch on this again. They did sweep up the families of these. So these folks are now being held in a basement. There are children down there. The conditions, I'm told, are really terrible. Multiple Congress people have tried to get into the detention center, and ICE is not going to let them in. They've now sent the California National Guard. They're up there on the building. We're being told that the Marines are here as well. I have not seen any Marine presence yet, but that remains to be seen if that changes. I don't think that this is going to let up anytime soon. This is a Tuesday night. People are coming here after work right now. So,
Yeah.
This place was pretty quiet during the day, but they get off work and they're coming straight down here. They have no intention of stopping until these detainees are released. I did want to
Why would
mention,
they?
we heard from Karen Bass earlier in the live stream.
Mhm.
She sort of gave a kumbaya speech. There was she didn't address the LAPD violence at all. The one question I wanted to ask her, if I had had the opportunity, was why she was allowing this to happen. Initially, they said
Exactly.
that they weren't going to allow local law enforcement to participate in any of the DHS or ICE raids. So they're not actually participating in the raids, but they are clearing the streets, right? They're out here shooting at protesters every day. And that is a form of support for ICE and DHS, if you ask
It
me.
is.
So we don't know
I
what
mean,
else is gonna
imposing
go
a
there.
curfew on the
I did
protesters,
mention earlier that the CHP is allowed to do tear gas,
but not really
which
doing
is
anything
why
about
we have such a heavy
ICE itself.
presence of
Like,
CHP here. The LAPD
yeah.
cannot do tear gas. LA Sheriff's Department can, but they only are jurisdictional in the county areas. We're in the city right now. So right now it is, I won't look at the time because there's a curfew at 8 o'clock. It's
It
8:06
is.
right now, so we are past
Yeah.
curfew time. This is a curfew that Karen Bass put in place. It's
Exactly.
for 1 square mile around the detention center in each direction. You'll still see, if you want to pan around in a minute, you can see there's still a lot of people out here. I'm going to come pan this way so you can see. So I don't think that this is going to stop anything. What will happen is folks will just migrate to outside the 1 mile square area, and they're going to continue doing their protests. But it's kind of wild that Karen was there speaking right after she, did the curfew. Also, I know Newsom spoke this afternoon. It didn't seem like he said anything of any importance. Came across as more as a campaign speech. I do think that there's going to be a continued standoff between Donald Trump and Newsom about what happens as far as military presence in the city. But we all know that Trump's going to do whatever he wants to do, whether it is in his, confines to do it or not. He'll just do it anyway, right? So I don't think that actually matters very much in the conversation. So if we look over here, people are actually starting to migrate away from this area. Maybe they actually are going to start minding the curfew. But I think we're going to walk up this way because there seems to be a little bit of a standoff going on up here. We are right now in the confines of the curfew area. Behind me is an LAPD skirmish line. You'll see these green cannons that this gentleman has. That is a 30-millimeter cannon. Those are used to fire munitions. They're going to move in right now to clear this. Keep filming. I'm going to... Whoa!
I mean, the fact that they're this militarized, like, that says everything. And of course, the IDF, well, IOF, they're the ones who do that. They're the ones who train the LAPD, NYPD, all of these major police departments.
So we're going to just stay on this for a minute. As long as we can. Our battery, I think we maybe have a half hour left on, but we're going to stay on this and see what happens.
Yeah, man, I'll use
As
him
I'm
after
standing
this.
in front of the police line, if you are not a Status Coup member, please consider joining. Status Coup is your membership that funds our travel, our trips, the cost of our lives every month. We appreciate it. We are a corporate outlet, so we are funded only by you guys. We're independent. So please consider $5 a month will pay for us to be able to do more journalism. We appreciate that.
Literally, like, if you don't know what fascism looks like, authoritarianism, this is exactly what happens in China. With the Uyghur in Hong Kong. This is what happens in Iran with the protesters in support of Gina. this type of authoritarian policing and all of that, that's what it looks like. This is basically a pretense to martial law, if anything. And of course I have that in my DNA, because I'm Filipino, and my parents they literally grew up under martial law.
So are they gonna come shoot?
Right now, there are some people here, and they're telling them to get off the landing. They might use munitions if they don't.
Let me start this way first.
You guys have to wait back here if you're gonna stay here.
Okay, so they're still trying to clear the street. We have the California press. They just told us to go, and we are allowed to go. So behind us
Wow.
is the California National Guard. There is some guys there. We just saw LED pour into the park above us. We're going to follow these guys this way.
What was that noise?
Technically unsafe. Behind the suburbans, or you will be arrested. Me, I am. Behind the suburbans.
All right, so they're not letting us. They're firing less munitions. You'll see some protesters here. I'm sorry, I can't get you guys a better shot right now. There's only so much arguing with the police that I can do. We have state law here that says that we can cross these lines or whatever, but it's not worth getting into tonight. But you can see up here. You know what? We might want to go back and get up here. Come on, follow me. Follow me.
Yeah, I mean, of course they want to have that skirmish lane right up there. But then, you know, they can fire whatever the fuck they want. I mean, the place literally looks like a war zone. I was born like a few miles away from there, probably, I think. I mean, I've never been to LA since my birth, so still. I've read maps before. I mean, helicopters, Marines, Coast Guard. Why the fuck do you need all of that?
Got it?
Literally, like, peaceful protests.
You're now seeing, get as much of this as you can, not me. This is horse mounted, please.
Oh my gosh.
Get closer.
He got around the perimeter. He's like, you know, they can't mess with me up here. Yeah, that's the skirmish lane. It literally like only learned the actual term like a few days ago, but that's what they meant. I didn't know that before. I would like if I was in like the position and good health to be able to go to like protests, like I would be so lost and disoriented and like be a random casualty. So I do not have like the situational awareness necessary. Okay, now the text is bothering me. Okay, what are they doing? There we go. I am still supposed to be doing my homework and just not doing a good job at it. So I'm pretty sure that the answers for this one quiz
Right now
are
is
like
the LAPD
100%
has now
correct.
like a really small amount of protesters here. Everybody else got out in time. There's mainly press down here, maybe 10 protesters. You have them coming from all three sides. In the middle of the intersection down here, there is a ton of police presence. There
Like,
are
look
some,
at all those cops. What the fuck are they doing there?
Some protesters on the other side of the bridge there. And also, notice that they brought out the horses again, which is incredibly, incredibly dangerous. As we saw on Saturday, somebody was trampled. These horses hear a lot of munitions, the booms, it really freaks them out, and it's just not, it's inhumane, also dangerous. So we're going to just stay live as long as we can to see if they're going to arrest these protesters.
Like, I stand by the, you know, the fact, in my opinion, it's a fact, that using animals in policing, that is animal abuse. It literally freaks the horses out, and that's why the horses are literally dangerous weapons. It freaks out, like, I mean, sometimes they use different training techniques to freak out dogs, police dogs. And you know, police dogs have to be a certain level of vicious. The city of Los Angeles has declared a curfew. Yeah. That's why it just seems disingenuous to me, like when their mayor was just like, oh well, we want peace and we want ICE out. But then you're imposing this curfew. Why are you imposing this curfew if you agree with the people on the ground who are protesting? I mean, I'm not a politician, so maybe they know something that I don't. But it sounds like hypocrisy to me.
while this is happening, there's a bunch of protesters that are congregating over here on the
Here,
other side
let's
of the skirmish
see what
lines,
is
on the back side of the street. They're probably going to
going
go
on
and
in,
march somewhere else at this point. I want to stay here for a minute and see what happens to this.
Yeah, so this must be in like little Tokyo. I mean, that place is like famous, but of course I've never been there. Where must this place be? Los Angeles Mall? Oh yeah, it's like right there. I'm looking at it on Google Maps.
The cavalry is now retreating. I don't know where they're going to go. Let's watch that.
This right away. If you have any weapons or any contraband in your pocket, take it out of your pocket and put it on the ground.
Weapons.
Any weapons, any contraband, place them on the ground.
Okay, so
Weapons or contraband.
people, they're saying if you have weapons or contraband, to place them on the ground now.
Okay, basically, they're getting ready to arrest.
Put them on the ground. Flag, stick, pole, put them on the ground. Any flags, poles, or sticks that can be used as weapons, place them on the ground.
A flag?
Flag on the ground. Any stick that can be used as a weapon, put it on the ground.
It's weird, these people are fucking cowards. You're scared of a fucking flag. No, they would not ruin a flag for you. They would not, like,
Has now moved down to this
impale you with a fucking flag.
They might start clearing the street over here with the cavalry
Because you would not be worth it
as they arrest these
for,
guys. So we have
you
two
know, them
different
to lose
actions
their
going on
flag.
right now.
I mean, I think the irony of this happening in little Tokyo. Yeah, because of course, like, with the Japanese internments, which I actually was more like incarceration. That's why there's a lot of Asian well, yeah, Asian American advocacy groups in general, but like also Japanese American advocacy groups in particular that have been, you know, doing these types of protests. They've been like on the front lines, basically. And it's because of what happened to their predecessors. You know, whether it be them or their parents or their grandparents. And like basically the entire district is closed because of all of this mess. And no, it's not the protesters' fault, of course. It's the cops, it's ICE, it's all of them. It's not the fault of people who are literally just fighting for, you know, themselves and their people. Like, look at that. They forced all of those people to just leave their flags over there. Like, at this point, it's basically a standoff. And for what? Not really a good reason for this. For your safety, really? I think... I mean, y'all are the furthest people.
Ma'am, I'm being direct order to leave.
You don't get boss me around.
Okay. And I'm telling
Yeah,
you,
you don't.
I need you to leave.
It's not.
Okay? Yes, for your safety.
I'm
Yes,
not
it
gonna
is.
harm you. Unbelievable. It's not.
You just walk that way.
4097. 497. We can still.
I get that.
You get that, so you're breaking the law.
I get that.
You say you're
I
breaking
get
the
that.
law.
Yes, I know the law.
That is not what it says. That is not what 497 says.
Well, I'm asking you to leave. I'm not gonna argue anymore.
There was nothing wrong with us.
Yeah, it's so that they can do whatever the fuck they want to those people without being held accountable. Yes, I'm sure.
Yeah. Do you know how many lawsuits?
I'm not answering any questions. Let's just walk out.
I'm not answering any questions. You are a law enforcement officer.
Okay.
You're supposed to answer those questions. Alright, let's go. Nazi army, yep. To read all the comments.
Sorry, folks, that got a little heated. I don't know how much of that you caught. So we have a
All
state
of
law
it.
in California, 497, that says we are allowed to be behind police lines filming after they've called an unlawful detention, during curfew, whatever else, as long as we are in the efforts of news gathering, which is exactly what we were doing just there. So I was giving that guy a little bit of pushback because this has become a regular thing with these guys. They don't abide by the state law, and they're police. They should be abided by the state law. So anyway, those folks are getting arrested. We're not going to see that. I want to come over here and see what the cavalry's doing.
Alright, let's... Is everything that they're doing, it is illegal. I mean, the laws exist for a reason. And of course, some folks can be like, oh well, you know, crossing the border illegally, it makes you illegal. However, some laws are also fucking unethical. Should not be followed and should be broken. As much and as regularly as possible, from my point of view.
Can I just point out that there's multiple people where we just were that are still up there, even though that officer
Exactly.
told us we had to leave. Look, bunch of them.
I mean, they know that they're press, and that's why. And they're firing, rounds, like, tear gas, probably. Exactly. Exactly, like, what the fuck are y'all doing to their... with their taxes that they pay? It's weird, though. Like... The cops are literally there to protect the people. Protect and serve. But instead, of course, what they actually do is protect the interests of the ruling class, which basically is all about suppressing any sort of revolution whatsoever. Any sort of holding accountable the people in power. And of course, by that I mean the people who are actually in power. Protect their interests. Yep. Exactly.
This is a democracy. This is supposed to be a democracy. We pay you guys. You exist. It's in the Declaration of Independence. It's in the preamble of the Constitution that the government is derived from the people's just power. And when the government does not listen, it is the right and the duty of the people to abolish the corrupt government in place.
Yep.
And throw it out and make a new one. We are exercising our rights. What you're doing is wrong. And you're threatening us.
See, the famous of the Constitution were anarchists. Just like me. Yep. Exactly. Not for fucking Donald Trump or whatever the fuck wants to pretend that he has actual power. Yeah. You're not supposed to point those things at people. But of course, who does this? The ID. Look at that. It is. Exactly. I'm pretty sure they're already outside the curfew area. Let me check. Okay, the area is only a 1 mile radius. I highly doubt that they are even in that 1 mile square, that 1 square mile radius anymore. Yeah, it's centered on Little Tokyo because that's where the ICE detention center is. So Little Tokyo, Chinatown, might even have K-Town, and even Skid Row. Oh wow. This is an unlawful assembly.
Folks, we have 2 minutes left on the battery on this live stream, and
Yeah.
they just said 5 minutes before they're going to declare this and start clearing it. My guess is they're going to use the horses, which is bad, very dangerous.
Yes.
So I want to sign off now. We're going to continue to stay here and record video. We'll get that uploaded tomorrow. Also, if you're not a member, again, please consider joining Status Quo. Is your
This is
membership
crazy,
fees
though.
that allow us to come out in the streets and do this. So thank you for joining us tonight, and we'll stay live, but it's going to cut out in about 2 minutes.
Wait, did I like this one already? No, I did not. I forgot. Once again. Yep. And I mean, based off of the surnames, the last names of those officers, their relatives that were, you know, those immigrants that were they're the ones that they're trying to protect. I mean, I have a similar last name, so yeah, I recognize that. Ah, yeah, they're out. It wasn't 2 minutes. It was a lot sooner. What is this? Oh yeah, no, it is cooked. I'm pretty sure I watched. Didn't I watch this before? I'm sure I watched this already. Oh no, I didn't know. 8 hours ago. Oh no. I did buy it.
I have the iPad mini right here, right? iPad
Right here. Okay. I shouldn't do that. How to navigate your Ooh, but they have more news. Oh, they're still there. They're up on that yeah, the arrests are happening right there. Yeah, that was that same I don't know what you call that. Like we literally have that at like the park nearby, but I don't know what you call it. So they basically bullied her because she's from an independent media source, whereas this, of course, is like mainstream media, so they're allowed to stay there. I mean, of course, that's how they operate. I mean, why wouldn't it be? It's just very interesting that they do that they do stuff like that. Like if you are a member of the press, you have a press badge and everything, like you are press. Like it really does not matter which source you are, you know, press for. Like yes, they have repeated that, and that's what that's not like.
There's obviously still a few people left, so we'll see if
There are.
police here on scene are willing to let the crowd continue to scatter, which they do appear to be doing. They're making the announcement once again.
I mean, it would look very bad on them if
I know, I'm trying to hear it.
they weren't trying to
You'll be subject to arrest. Leave now.
allow some type of peace to happen, or like some type of like peaceful, you know, scattering, I guess.
Lori is, you know, maybe you want to go over her because that's where all the people are flowing over to, right at this very second, I think.
Okay.
Oh, wow, what's that? Is that tear gas? No, from the bike. Oh.
Ah.
Really? Donuts, yeah. That's the word I'm
I guess they're not scattered or anything. Yeah, I think my father and my dog left. I mean, what is this? What are they doing? And why this, like... I'm in the middle of my work. Microsoft Word. Why are you telling me to update right now? Even on my Mac. Okay, what? What's going on? Oh my... Oh shit. Yeah, when they got giant buses like that, it's about to be a mass arrest. Oh fuck. I mean, even though they take that sacred oath, or supposedly sacred oath, cops are always gonna be on the side of their own class. Not the protesters, not the citizens. And even the ones that start off, you know, good, right? Good people, good. In other ways of description,
You know what? Here's the thing. Okay, they're moving the bus.
Yeah.
I would say take Lori's camera because there's a lot of action going on over there. You should. Lori should take it from here.
I mean, it feels like they're trying to contain the protesters at this point. I mean, you got the press on like those elevated areas. I don't really know what they're called, but yeah. That's why they're headed there now. You're trying to contain them to specific areas and, you know, use the pretext of, you know, the mayor called in this curfew like a few hours ago as a valid reason to arrest peaceful protesters. Literally no escalation except for the cops. They intentionally, clearly, you know, did the escalation.
I don't want to come up behind the outskirts there. Yeah.
Alright, well... I think I have watched enough, like, news. I don't even want to see those comments. I know local news channel comment sections are the pits of hell. I'm gonna play things. No, wait. I randomly watch these videos.
Alright, I want to keep this video.
Some of y'all leftists are.
Do I watch that? I don't know.
They told us to stop by.
It's like whenever I see things demonized on the basis of proximity to comfort, that gets me. I'm usually kind of like, I don't know about that. Just because whenever somebody thinks about comfort, like people gravitate towards comfort. That's human nature. People being violent, that's not actually human nature. That's something that we're simply taught. But like comfort is literally what the goal is. Some people have to be in more comfort than others. Like that's, I don't know. Maybe I'm making an assumption here, but yeah. I guess I'll look at that and see and judge myself if that's something that I agree with. Because I can't just like, of course, judge things based off of like the first few seconds and whatnot. But what is this?
And that's part of the grandiosity, but that's tied to the narcissism. Okay, but this is something I think is it's not that it can be separated from narcissism.
What happened here?
Disorder or traits, but there has to be some sort of classification for it. I just don't know what it is. But
Oh no.
Okay, let's finish this up. Thank you all again for tuning on. This is a great live stream too, by the way. Quick Chat Undefeated. Let's go. Yeah.
I did not say that there's not attractive white women. I've seen attractive.
Yeah. I agree with this too, but
the fuck?
Because I cover MPD a bit in the documentary. That's when the initial video that I did on Umar a long time ago. It wasn't even so much about Umar; it's about narcissistic personality disorder, and I just used him as an example because I saw traits in him back then. But
yeah, that makes sense.
Narcissistic personality traits. It doesn't outline this sense that maybe it does though. I'll have to revisit. It doesn't outline specifically a person who believes that their opinion matters so much when it absolutely doesn't matter. You know, because I've heard Umar say, I have a problem with that, and here's why. Well, why does it matter that you have a problem with that? Who are you? Anyway,
that's you.
Let's finish this up. We got to 5:50. Someone had asked me to play this intro. I'm gonna play the first part of the intro, and then
I mean, like, I'm not trying to be mean, but it's like
about 30 seconds left, and then we'll do the outro.
You got a problem with it, okay? Why the fuck should I care?
I forgot about this one.
What the hell? Oh, that's him.
I want to apologize for being late. I had to meet with the HVAC specialist, Jose, to see if we can't get this HVAC going on because it's getting hot out here, and I just can't.
Too close to home, like between basically a week ago all the way to Thursday night, I had no AC. I will never take AC for granted again. Granted, I mean, not granted. All right, yeah. I think I'm done. I think I'm done with the stream, and I've already made it to 5 hours. Ooh, what the fuck? Okay, okay. I mean, I am done with the stream. I'm just like definitely going to watch that video. Cause what? Fuck?
He's one of the most
There's
followed
no
people
way.
on social media, and reports say he was detained by
The
ICE
fuck?
officials in the United
No.
States.
No, you did
Kathy
not say
Lane
that.
is an Italian Senegalese citizen who became TikTok famous with his videos that mock ridiculous demonstrations people post online. He's followed by more than
Well, the only geniuses that the US gives like visas to and like tweets, well, white. They're the white ones. And they're mediocre as fuck usually. I'm sorry. Anyway, I will end the stream here. Do I want this to be my like last screen? Oh yeah, yes I do. I don't know what is wrong with this camera, but yeah, okay. Well, I know that I should like add a delay, I think, to my streams from now on. Anyway, merci, salamat, gracias. What else? Well, how else do I know how to say thank you? I don't think I know any other way. I mean, I did say thank you, so. Anyway, thank you for watching. It was a weird stream. I don't usually have like content on the entire time that I'm streaming, but this whole ice situation has been on my mind for good reason. I know that even though I'm not Latino, I am brown enough to need to care. Because they really do not care about like your ethnic composition here. They care so much more about like the way that you look and this and that and whatnot. So anyway, I'm ending the stream here. Good night, good morning, good afternoon. Do I know the terms like magandang araw, magandang gabi, magandang. Oh wow, I forgot. I forgot my own language. Okay, well, see you around. And take care. Stay safe if you are going to one of those protests, or if you're, taking any other type of very important collective action. Until next time, see you around. And God bless. Even though that's ironic.